pits. All SIR staff to your positions. Pro to the staging lanes, please. Once full, move over to 3 and 4. Once again, the run order is Pro, Super Pro, Teston, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. Come up when you're called. Also, the other thing today that we're asking everybody, please make sure that you stay on the reclaimed roads as you get back after your run to your pits and that. When you guys cut across to the pits and stuff like that, gravel gets dragged everywhere. So let's try to stay on the reclaimed roads today. Keep less dust and dirt and stuff coming up through the staging lanes. So once again, all SR staff, you guys should be in your positions. And Pro, staging lanes 5 and 6, please.
All right, welcome. SIR Saskatchewan International Raceway, the big weekend here. Points race number 8 here till Friday with the big feature tomorrow. Some of the feature cars might be running a little bit later today. Making sure they're going to test and tune down this track. And boy, oh boy, I don't even know what the final car count is here yet. We're still going through the cards, but I'll tell you what. It's going to be a great day for racing here this weekend. So once again, hey everyone, safe travels, safe racing, good luck to everybody. As well, make sure 106.9 on your FM dial. Don't miss your call to staging. All right, so once again, 106.9 on the FM dial. Don't miss your call to staging. Once again, call coming up when your your class is being called. I don't know if we're doing testing. Are we testing today? Anyways, if anyone's testing, if you're a class, come up as the test class is called to the staging lanes. Anybody licensing will get you through. You just got to come up to staging lanes 1 or 2. Whenever you're ready. So staging lanes 1 and 2, only if you're licensing. You can come up anytime if you're testing. And all the other classes only come up when you're being called. All right, pro, let's go. Fill up those staging lanes. Welcome, everybody. Boy, we got a big contingent of a lot of racers from different parts of Canada here. We got Manitoba. We got Alberta. Yes, we got some friends coming from the United States here. And boy, oh boy, looking on Facebook, the feature they lined up this year. Holy smokes. Congratulations, guys. What a great feature. Looking forward to it. And hopefully everything works really well here today. Hey, it's SIR. We know we're going to get through the day here. Right now, good time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat. They said, you know what, Mike? We got some different pizzas coming in a little bit later today. But really no lunch specials. Everything's going to be a special here today. So make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. April and Brad Ensign family will look after you. All right, pro, let's fill those staging lanes. Let's go, pro. Fill the staging lanes. Looking at the starting line, we do have the Canadian flag fluttering a bit. Looks like a bit of a side breeze here today. So for racers using the parachutes, you may want to keep an eye open on that. All right, staging lanes are open once again. Pro, let's go. Fill the staging lanes and let's go. First time trial here today. All right, a first pair out of the burnout box, out of Glassland, Stephen Funk with the 67 Camaro. We see the white mist coming out of the hood. Purging the nitrous system, going up against the Mallet Beast out of Aberdeen, David Giesbrick. Well, top end, Stephen Funk through to 10:33, 10:28 went to David Giesbrick, but looks like we got to clean up on the starting line a little bit, guys. Make sure you take a look under your wheel wells. While we're down a little bit, racers, just as we're going down the track, a couple things. Remember, left-hand lane does have right-of-way here at SIR. Wait for the left-hand lane to clear, then you can proceed. As well, there is 2 turn-offs. One is about midpoint. If you miss it, you just keep going. There is one more at the top end of the track, but most of the cars should be able to hit the first turn off. As well, take your time going down the return road. It's going to be a very busy weekend, and we want to make sure everyone is safe. So don't go down the return road too fast. As well, you're feeling any problems with your vehicle, we do ask you just pull over to the guardrail side of your lane and stop. Don't worry. It may feel like a lifetime, but if we have any leakage, it does help us with cleaning up the track and get going quicker. So once again, if something doesn't feel right, just pull over to the guardrail, stop, we'll come and talk to you. We'll tell you where you're at, and then we'll proceed. Please check your overflows, guys, right? All right, Lawrence Campbell, good job to see the Mustang back. 106.9 on that FM dial. Once again, Racers Cruise 106.9. Make sure you get your call to staging. And yes, we're still going through the cards here, but I'll tell you, we've got one heck of a crazy weekend here lined up. And feature cars, I got to say, good job on that. We've got something for everyone. So what an incredible lineup here. All right, we're not going to do the final call yet for Pro. Pro, let's go. Staging lanes are open. Pro, let's go. Staging lanes are open. Well, if you're familiar, Max on Demand, yes, this race will be, tomorrow's feature will be televised on Local On Demand. Bamboo Shoots on Hand, Rusty and the crew. We welcome them tomorrow for the Flamin' Sales, that's right. With the Southwind Showdown, as well with Q-Line and Globe Printers. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, Jake Fiesel of Regina. He's got running the 87 Camaro this year. Good job. Getting the time slip with Frank Bohozov, Cam Buster, Smoking Guns Racing Team. And boy, oh boy, I think he's got tires galore here. Value Tires, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire, Napa Auto Parts. Who's that guy from Napa anyways, right? Good to see you, Barb. Oh, sorry, it's not noon yet. She's not up yet. Well, reaction time this round goes to Bohozov in 039 to an 071, but Fiesel through top end 1028, 1190 for our friend out of Yorkton. All right, our next pair, Jamie Madram running the Mustang. Oh, that's not a Mustang, that's a Camaro. Going up against Harlan Cogwell. That's not a Plymouth GTX, that's a Camaro. Well, top end, 1069 for the VP lane. 1110 for the Tiger Automotive lane. All right, one of the old geezers himself, Floyd Chappell with the old school dart. That's right, good to see Floyd back racing again. He's got the dart, getting the time slip with our friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob Phillips, 63 Acadian. Well, Rob Phillips with the Acadian got through to 979, 009 reaction time. Red eye for our friend old school Floyd Chappell. He got through the quarter mile, 941 with the red light. All right, we got Perry Fletcher out of White City. Watch the starting line. Mr. Bedford taking more pictures once again. Check him out on Facebook. Rich Bedford Photography. Perry Fletcher with Jared McIntosh getting the time slip out of Outlook with the Chevelle. Well, the dreaded red eye, Perry Fletcher, a 100 red eye, 018 for Jared McIntosh. McIntosh on his game through the top of the quarter mile, 961, 018 reaction time. I'd say, Jared, you're ready. Well, hey, he's still waiting for a name on his car. That's right, the new ride, 67 Falcon. Luke Fontaine Jr., if you want to name the car, take a look for him at the pits. They want to name it. Luke Fontaine getting the time slip with Sean Isaac. That's right, out of Southie, Saskatchewan. Beautiful Pontiac Firebird. And you know what? We've got the Southie cheerleading squad out there again, right? You guys are awesome. We're not going to mention Mopar, though, right? All right, looks like we're fired up once again. A little bit of a hiccup on the starting line. Looks like we got her calibrated, ready to go again. Well, Sean Isaac, a 128 reaction time, 146 for Lou Fontaine Jr. And Sean Isaac doing 892, 936 for our friend with the 67 Falcon. All right, you see the mist coming out of the hood. That's Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan. Booyah, there we go. We'll get that straight. Guy from Saskatoon pronouncing southern Saskatchewan names, right? Chase, that's right. That is Glenn Sally, the crew chief. Yes, we know that name. Used to run propane-powered race cars here at SIR. Now the crew chief of Chase. Going to get the time slip with the Camaro. And we're still loading them into the system here. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass for Chase. All right, Chase Strand out of the gates. Well, 3:59 reaction time. He'll get through the quarter mile at 11:21. But he'll have to work on that reaction time. All right, we're going to run this Camaro now. All right, our friend with the red Camaro, no 73 Red Eye, gets down the track on and off the throttle. We'll go past the quarter mile, 1086. All right, final call for pro, final call for pro for staging, final call for pro to staging. All right, Fruit Loops out of Bigger. That's right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's running the Corvette, going up with the Nova. And And still loading some of the cards in the system. I don't know if that's Mark Adams out of Craven. Walter Finette's an 037 reaction time. A red eye for our friend with the Nova, VP Fuel Lane. Got through to 9:35 for Finette's time, 11:64. All right, our next pair, it is Brian Hicks out of Regina. We know the Chevelle. He's raced here for a number of decades. Getting the time slip with Dwight Grzyzbowski, the Stolen Dignity Duster. Well, Dwight with the red eye, don't want to do that during eliminations. You'll still get the quarter-mile slip. 070 reaction time for Hicks. He got through at 11:02. 10:44, the number for Grzyzbowski with the red eye. All right, there we go. We see the Nova is from Medicine Hat. There's Perry Bell. We know the old 74 Scap. He's been here a few times. I think he's actually taking some money out of us, right? Hey, we're just joking, but I'll tell you, a lot of hard hitters here. And the Medicine Hat Racers, a good group of racers. Perry Bell getting his first time slip with Austin Samoleski out of Clavette. And we always say it, you're going to have to earn it this weekend. A lot of good racers here this weekend. And good reaction times. Austin at 027, 024 for Perry Bell. And Bell with the scamp will cross the line at 10:09 for Perry. 10:75 for Austin. Well, the Fry family up from Medicine Hat. That's right, Darcy behind the wheel. And he will get the time slip with Lindsay Scribner out of St. Albert. That's right, Scribner racing with the CUDA. Well, reaction round on this one. Lindsay Scribner in 068 to 110 for Darcy Fry. And it will be Scribner through the top end first, 961. And the old 56 through to 1095. All right, we had Lindsay earlier. Floyd with the Pink Panther CUDA. That's right. Floyd making his home out of Saskatoon now. Karika Downhole Services is a sponsor. Get the time slip with Steve Beck out of Dunsmore, Alberta. I like this Maverick. I'll tell you, take a look in the pits, guys. Walk around. You gotta say there's a vehicle here for everybody. Well, the reaction time this round goes to Scribner in 030 to an 089. Mid-track, Scribner pulling away, gets through at a 986. Steve Beck through to 1155. First call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. Let's go. All right, our next pair, both out of Regina. This young man, junior dragster for a number of years, has run up through the ranks. And I'll tell you what, Camden Fiesel, forced to be reckoned in the Queen City Performance Pro class. He's getting the time slip with Pete Doroshenko. We know the old Camaro. Watch that red Camaro. He's going to pull the front wheels on that starting line. Rich Bedford's going to get a nice picture. And top end, Doroshenko, 10:00:022 reaction time. Captain Fiesel, 055 through the gates at 10:32. Second call for Super Pro. Second call for Super Pro. Let's go. All right, our next pair, Nolan Penner out of Martinsville. That's right, Nolan's got the white Fairlane getting the time slip with Tyson Darrenowski out of Casa Rio. 99 S10. Like to thank his wife. We'd like to thank Kaylee too, right? Can never thank your wives enough, right, guys? And wives, never thank your husbands enough, right? Yeah, it goes around. All right, clean start at the line. A 1:30 reaction time for Penner. 1:58 for Darrenowski. And it will be Nolan Penner there first. 10:71, 10:84, the number on the truck. Super Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Super Pro. Well, the red Fairlane, of course, that's Papa Penner. That's right, Grandpa Harold Penner. And this guy has been racing here for a number of decades. Good to see Harold Penner getting the time slip with Andrew L. out of Balgonie, Saskatchewan. The D100, you got to take a look at that truck. Take the tarp off. Look at the work that went in the back end of that truck. Nice craftsmanship here. All right, both cars pulling the wheels. Andrew L. got the reaction time at 030 to a 190. Al gets through the top end, 965, 1010 the number. Super Pro, we need you in stage lanes. Super Pro, let's go. Well, we're going to say this quite a bit this weekend. Mopar with Mopar. Ryan Appleby added the stripes on the back of that Charger. I don't know if it went faster, but he does pull the front wheels. As well as friend Mike Alexander. Well, they might be friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Yeah, it's only time slips, but either way, watch the starting line. Both Mopars going to pull the front wheels. Well, red eye for Ryan Appleby. Alexander's on his game. How about an 005? Top end, Appleby with the red eye got through there first. The 970, 10:05 with the 005 reaction time. Mike Alexander. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again. I'm going to say Spy versus Spy. You got the white dart out of Regina. Ken Daly having a heck of a year this year. Keep it going, my friend. In fourth spot going into this weekend, Ryan Doherty in sixth. That's right, the Bad Influence Black Challenger. So we got Mopar with Mopar. Wow, what a bunch of launches. An 032 for Doherty, 040 for Daly, side by side. And it is Doherty through 10:03, 10:13 for Ken Daly. Well, when you walk in the pit, say happy birthday to Heather Bennett. She's running the 92 Mustang here today. Up with another female driver, Kimmy Gallagher. Yes, Cast Racing. Fortunately, Kimmy G got the red eye at 1:15 reaction time for Heather Bennett. Heather gets through at 11:00, 11:10 for Kim Gallagher. How's Corey doing? Yeah, I was going to say, you're standing by Dwight. Don't listen to him, okay? Double trouble. Good to see you guys. All right, Jansen Atten on the line with the Camaro out of Outlook, getting the time slip with Dave Kerr out of Regina. Love the 62 Fury. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. Well, the first perfect light here today, Johnson Atten 0005, 003. I'll tell you, Dave Kerr in his game as well. But Johnson Atten with the perfect light got through to 10:49, 12:29 for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. All right, our next pair, good to see the old move back. That's right, Old School Racing. Dale Weist out of Regina. Getting the time slip with the Mopar out of Dundurn. Anita Henry, thank you this weekend. You've done a ton of stuff. The grandstands look good in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. So thank you for all your efforts, Anita Henry. Well, double red eyes, but top end, Weist through 10:33, 10:65 for Anita Henry. Well, speaking of Anita, we got Glenn Henry up next with Plum Crazy, the Barracuda. Getting the time slip with Martin Marchuk. That's right, Martin and Laureen Marchuk out of Regina. And I'll tell you, Mr. Bedford's going to get another great picture of this one. These guys on the starting line, heavy contenders. And it is a clean start at the line. 0.22 reaction time for Henry. 0.34 for Marchuk. Side by side, it is Marchuk through the top band first. Martin's time, 10:14. Glenn's through at a 10:42. Super Pro. Let's go Super Pro. All right, got to say good morning to Kevin Williams. Good to see him back with the 1930 Roadster. Getting the time slip with Brandon Bennett out of White City. Running the Mustang. Well, Kevin Wilms out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Yeah, something's not right. He pulls over. And he stopped. We're just going to take a look, make sure everything's okay. Thank you, Kevin. Brandon Bennett got through. No 4.0 reaction time through to the 9:13 at the top end. But thank you, Kevin. That's what we ask you to do. Just pull over to the guardrail side. We're going to come and chat with you. And he looks like he's pulling away, but it doesn't look like any fluids from where I see. But I'm pretty sure the guys are still going to go up, maybe. So Frank Bohozov, can we get Napa to change their colors? Like, you look like a Blue Bomber fan. And it breaks my heart. You know, the rider's doing really good this year. Every time I'm looking at I want to curse him. Then, no, that's Frank. I love Frank. But he's wearing that blue. Look, can we get green and white? What do you think? Napa, I'll make the letter. I start the letter, you'll get the movement going, okay? There we go. Got to tease you a little bit, right? All right, just taking a look, make sure everything's all right. Once again, Super Pro, you guys should be in staging. Super Pro. I don't see Sarge in the staging lanes. What's going on? Oh, Kevin's got his own. You got the Southie fans warmed over. What's going on? He doesn't drive Mopar either. It's a nice car. I like it. It's a cool car, right? Like I said, SIR, we've got a car for everyone out here. Everyone ticks a little differently. And I'll tell you, if you can't find a car this weekend that you like here, I'd say you're blind. Sometimes you got a car show within a car show, even in the parking lot. A little early right now, but take a look around the pits. Well, I thought I seen Sharon in the back. Good to see Sharon and Lawrence Campbell on the line getting the time slip. Good to see Lawrence. He's got the 88 Mustang out of Moose Jaw with Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, 68 Cutlass 442. Going into the weekend, Braden Haru right now, top dog. Let's see what happens after the weekend. Well, actually, it's only points race today, so we'll see what he does. An 0.20 reaction time, 9:44 through the top end. I'd say he's on his game. Lawrence Campbell, a 2:14 reaction time through, 10:72 for the Mustang. All right, just touching up the starting line on the VP Fuel Lane. We'll get underway once again shortly here. Good time making way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, something to drink. Yes, they got some pizzas going on a little bit later today. And they said, Mike, no lunch special today. Everything's special, right? And they do. They have a lot of great product there. Some gluten-free items as well on the menu. So ice cream. Can't go wrong with ice cream. Hopefully the weather kind of heats up a little more. And we are optimistic. Weather report's been kind of weird, but all right, I like these guys out of Southern. You guys know how to keep warm out there, right? We're going to rename this weekend the Winter Nationals, but no snow, so we're okay. I didn't say the R word. I just said snow. I didn't say R, right? Yeah, we'd get sacrificed up here if I said the R word. Well, a lot of familiar cars out there, and then, boy, oh boy, a lot of different cars. So once again, if you're new to SIR, welcome. We do welcome you here at SIR. SIR truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We couldn't do it without everyone. So, wow, thank you so much. And I think somebody wild came in here. That's right. Are they called the Joker's Wild Racing Team? Oh, you got the pylon there. There we go, Kim. People were asking about Nitro. We got Nitro this weekend. That's right. We've got the Top Fuel Harley. And it is the Postman Racing family team. That's right. Second generation. And, you know, we had COVID there for a while. Didn't have a few features. And I hate to say it, but I kind of forgot. Andy said SIR is his home track, originally from Saskatoon. And this guy has run everything racing. So, wow, good to see the Joker's Wild Racing Team back here at SIR. And once again, SIR considered Andy and Kim's home track. We're very proud of that. Well, we got to thank Anita Henry, all the volunteers, the grandstands, and the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. It is a family zone. That's right. You can bring your family in there. What a great accomplishment here in the last month and a half. Putting the final touches here. The facility looks fantastic for our feature race. So once again, Anita Henry and all the volunteers this last couple of weeks. Couldn't do it without you. Look at the starting line here. Brand new paint. Looks fantastic. All right, fired up once again. Did I say it? Not yet. It is Mopar with Mopar. And I got to say, we see Auto Trends on the side of Dave Caster's car. We definitely got to say, yes, our thoughts with Gary Waldner's family. Yes, the Deb and Lindsay, his daughter. Gary passed away. The service is going to be on Wednesday. Take a look. I'll be saying that a little bit later today. But Gary Waldner, passing away. Dave Caster with Auto Trends on the side of the car. Caster with the red eye getting through the top end. 028 for Mike Kilbride. But it'll be Caster with the red eye. 1048, 1113 for Mike Kilbride. Brad the Dad. All right, the mullet shaker out of the burnout box. Mason Boschman running the 82 Trans Am. Getting the time slip. Well, you're normally running a Mopar, but it's a Mustang. That is Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Well, it's a red eye for Mason. Mark Bennett, a 1:33 reaction time, crosses the quarter mile at 11:88. 9:74 for Mason Boatman with the red eye. Well, we got a moment here. Just going to mention, yes, we are going to be celebrating Gary's life here. And the service is going to be on the 20th here, August 20th, Wednesday, 2 p.m. at Prairieland Park in Hall B. And Deb says, you guys wear your sports, racing, car clothing. Gary wasn't a formal guy, right? But Gary Waldner, yes. It is going to be held this Wednesday, August 20th at 2 p.m. at Prairieland Park in Hall B. And wear whatever you want in his honor. Hockey, racing. All right, looks like Kelly Kreutzer with the 82 S10 with the single pass. And he's got that rubber going down on that track. He's straightening her out, a 282 reaction time through the top end. How about a 919? All right, a licensing pass. I like this Camaro. We don't have it loaded in the system yet. Licensing pass. So the first pass, we got to show the racer can handle the car and what he's got for a combination. First pass is probably going to be maybe a 60 to maybe a half track pass. And he's going to shut her down. So what he's got to do is make a number of different passes at different parts of the track. And each pass will get stronger to show he can take that car down the track. So that is the first licensing pass for our friend out with the Camaro. Hopefully we get it loaded up in the system here. Looks like Rick Scott is up next. Hellbright, Saskatchewan, the Weyburn area. Well, I gotta say, out of all the Chevelles, the 66 is my favorite year. Something about those rear tail lights that just sets it apart. Love all Chevelles, but the 66 is the one I would have. And I'll tell you, Rick Scott, what a beautiful job on this vehicle. So we're watching the flag on the starting line. A little bit of a flutter. That's right. Some of you guys running parachutes out there, keep in mind. And he's spinning him on the line. And he has made some passes, so let's see. He's doing a full pass this round. He got through the top end in 9:30, 143 miles an hour. All right, that was licensing passes. Now we're into the OK Tire Super Pro class. That is the fastest class, electronics allowed. And people ask me, when should I come to SIR? Anytime. We've got some cars in our Super Pro class. I'll tell ya, very fast race cars. You don't have to wait for a feature race to see a fast car here at SIR. All right, our next pair getting the time slip. It is Rich and Joe Skopek out of Saskatoon running the worthy rear engine dragster. Getting the time slip with Eddie Desjardins. That's right, the mouth from the south out of Pilot Butte. 67 Malibu. Well, Eddie Desjardins, a little bit of a hiccup on the starting line. Skopek's on his game. 0.40 reaction time through the top bend. Dragster's time, 8.06. Eddie Desjardins got through the quarter mile, 11.29. But it looks like he's got some work ahead of him in pits. All right, our next pair approaching the starting line. Mark Dick with the 67 Falcon getting the time slip with our friends out of Melfort, the Taylor family. That's Brian behind the wheel of 78 Malibu. First call for testers to the staging lanes. First call for testers. Top end, it's the Falcon. Mark Dick through to 868, 160 miles an hour. Brian Taylor, 902, 149 miles an hour. All right, looks like our friends out of Melfort. Brent Stevens with the start swinger getting the time slip with Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Well, Kim Bernard got the reaction time in 0.30. Will cross the line first with the Camaro in 8.79. 8.98 for the dart swinger, 151 miles an hour. For our friends out of Melfort, that is Brent Stevens. Testers, we need you in staging lanes. Testers, we need you in staging lanes. Just kind of take a look at the time system here. Well, it looks like Kelly Morrison threw to 12.84, 8.91 for Mike Armstrong. All right, our next pair on the starting line. First generation Appleby out of Emerald Park. That is Jack and Shannon Appleby. Jack behind the wheel of the Dart. Getting the time slip. Hey, Taryn McBain driving the door slammer this year. Yeah, she changed it up. She was running the dragster with mom and dad, or dad and her changing vehicles this year. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers, we need you at staging lanes 1 and 2. Wow, Taryn McBain 0022. What about Appleby 0029? We're drag racing. 921 for Appleby, 931 for Taryn McBain. All right, we've got side-by-side burnouts. Travis McBain, he's in the VP fuel lane in the dragster, with Bob Fiesel in the Tiger Automotive lane, getting the time slips. Testers, we need you in 1 and 2. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. Once again, 106.9 on the FM dial. Don't miss your call to staging. 106.9 on that FM dial. All right, we got the bulbs passed on the first one. Pre-stage, stage now. Here we go. And perfect light for Bob Fiesel, 0002. McBain 055, but Fiesel through with the perfect light, 882, 779 for Travis McBain. Well, I'll tell you, this Corvette has come a long way. Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. And he's got this car very fast for a door slammer. I'd like to thank Sarah Brown. That's right, their granddaughter on crew this weekend. She was here a couple races ago. So good to see the Brown family racing here today out of Indian Head. Getting the time slip with Candle Lakes, Jack Neufeld, 68 Dart GTS. Well, Rick Brown with a red eye. He's going to like his time slip. 0029 red eye. But the Corvette got through the quarter mile. How about a 765, 179 miles an hour? Jack Neufeld through to 1075, 125 miles an hour. But Rick Brown almost the perfect light on that round. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. Well, I'll tell you what. You heard about Yenko. We got a Stentner here. That's right, a one of. And what a beautiful car. Barry Stentner out of Regina. The BBJ 5-star Camaro. I love this Chevy out of Battleford. Hey, that name sounds familiar. Dean Rapist, 63 Nuba. Good to see you here, Dean. So right now we're doing time trials. You're wondering what is going on? Well, we're going to see who can read the Christmas tree the best. That helps with the ladder placement when we get into elimination rounds. As well, lane choice by run. After, we won't be announcing reaction times because some of the race cars have FM radios and we are an FM transmitter, so we weren't going to do that. We got double red eyes on this round, but it will be Stentner through the top end. 830, 131 miles an hour. How about Rapist? 926, 144 miles an hour. All right, Richie Harder. Richie Harder right now in number 1 spot with the dragster. Getting the time slip at Jason Howdle out of Lloydminster with Barney. And I'll tell you, Jason's not that far down. He's in 6th spot, so a lot of things could change after today. Well, Rich Harder on his game in 017 reaction time, 038 for Jason Howdle. It will be the dragster through a 773, 172 miles an hour. 1022 the number for the Charger, 130 miles an hour. First call for Sportsman to the stage and lanes. First call for Sportsman to the stage and lanes. Well, Scott Uremko right now in 3rd spot. Getting the time slip with Chris Kergester out of Dundurn. Chris and Catherine, 65 Belvedere. Glenn Uremko, 67 Kanzo. Well, Scotty's on his game in 004 to an 032 reactions now. Time for Kergester, top end, Scotty Uremko, 809, 168 miles an hour. Chris Kergester, a 964, 136 miles an hour. Second call for Sportsman, second call for Sportsman. All right, the official supplier of clothing here at SIR. Of course, it's Impressions and Thread. Sean LeChambre with the Slayer. Slayer 2, he says. Chevy 2. Love this car. Getting the time slip. Freddie Schwab right now, number 2 in OK Tire. Well, red eye for Fred Schwab, a 3:26 reaction time. Sean LeChambre will get through Slayer 2, a 9:32, 145 miles an hour. 10:46 the time for Schwab, 127 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. All right, this guy's always smiling. Smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon, 86 Regal. PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors, getting the time slip. Hey, good to see our friends, the Esbelt family out of Dauphin, Manitoba. Marty Speed Shop and Dauphin Towing. And I'll tell you, I love this Yenko clone. You got to take a look at this one in the pits. It's beautiful. Well, Smiling Leroy's not smiling right now. Red Eye, 024 reaction time for Marty. And the Esbelt family gets through to 818, 167 miles an hour. Leroy's time, 932, 143 miles an hour. All right, Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon with the 67 Kuna. She's got the door slammer in the VVPO lane. Getting the time slip with Pasqua Lake. Jamie Fiesel, we know this guy. He's been racing here for decades. So Jamie Fiesel, Buyer's Choice Home Inspection, Vote Auto Regina, his sponsors. Well, Fiesel on his game in 0-1-1, reacts time to 0-3-0, and it is Fiesel with the Bantam Alter through to 856, 154 miles an hour, 9:39 the time for Arlene Harder, 142 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6, Sportsman. All right, Bobby Haru through the top end, 866, 156 miles an hour. Wayne McKinnon, a little quicker with a good reaction time in 024. Got through at 834, 929. All right, I got my 50-50. How about you? That's right. She's going to be a whopper today. She's going to be a whopper tomorrow. Once again, we do post the winning ticket on our Facebook site. You do not have to be here to win it. So we got Brenda out there doing it again. She'll be walking around with 50-50s. You can buy them right at the souvenir shop as well. All right, there we go. We're going to take off the air cleaner. That's a good idea. That dragster out of Goose Bay. Now, where the heck are we? Brador. Well, either way, Leo outlucked the dragster. We got dragster with dragster. That's right, Taylor Fiesel, another junior dragster driver for a number of years, running his own dragster now. Well, clean start at the line. Fiesel got the reaction time on 038 to a 145 side by side. Taylor Fiesel crossed the line first, an 877 to an 888. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Sportsman, we need you in staging lanes. All right, boy, oh boy, here's a couple of cars we haven't seen for a while. Tim Bullish out of Milford, 78 Cutlass. Yeah, he showed it on Facebook, said he's going to bring it out here, have some fun with it. Been a few years, so good to see Cutlass Power back out here. Tim Bullish up get with Jake Giesbrecht. When's the last time you seen a beautiful 68 Cougar? You don't. Oh, looks like we lost the belt on that one. Double red eyes, but it will be Jake Giesbrecht through first. 1040 to 1157. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, Mark Adams out of Craven, 67 Camaro new ride. Getting the time slip with another Camaro. We know Ryan Magnus. This is a very fast 2010 Camaro. That's right, says Misty on the license plate. That's right, Misty Blue. And I tell you, that is a fast Camaro. Well, Mark Adams at the line waiting. Ryan Magnus is down the track, unfortunately with a red eye, 1091. And Mark Adams left the light. Yeah, he still got some issues. He's still testing, right? 1067 on the Camaro. All right, our next pair we have, I think that's Paul Fair. Yes, it is. Boy, that's been a few years. Running the 68 GTX out of Hague, Saskatchewan. Going up with the Camaro. And we're still loading some of the check cards into the computer system. Well, it looks like we're going to shut it down here for a second. A lot of gravel. Or something else, it looks like. We're just going to stop and take a look. All right, just checking on the starting line here. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll continue with our first time trial here. All right, and hey, if you can't be here at SIR, remember we do live stream on YouTube. That's right. Live stream on YouTube. Sask International Raceway, all one word. So if you can't be here, you can still watch the action. All right, this gentleman setting the mark here back in July. Let's see what he does this weekend here. That is Russ Flamin. That's right, the Flying Flamin out of Regina. Wow! Russ on and off the throttle, back on the groove. He wants to go down the track. I'll tell you what, a 739, 169 miles an hour on and off the throttle, but unfortunately got off the groove at the starting line. And very good driver says ain't going to happen this round. But I'll tell you what, he's already beat the 200 mile per hour mark, and he's beat the 7-second range. Let's see what he does this weekend. Well, what a beautiful ride coming up to the starting line. Colin G out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. Check him out on Facebook. This guy is what a craftsman. Built the whole S10. You got to see what he start with and what he's got now. Let's see if he's got the traction thing figured out. This guy, this S10 is incredible. Still doing testing. So the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, getting the time slip of Don Giesbrecht out of Aberdeen with the Mustang. Well, I'll tell you, Colin's still got work ahead of him. He's spinning them on the line. Twin turbo. How about a 940, 107 miles an hour? And you know there's a lot more in that truck. 1251 for our friend with the Mustang. That's right, Don Giesbrecht out of Aberdeen. All right, Brad Pokerpew out of New and Lodge, 89 Beretta. I like this car. You haven't seen a Beretta for a number of years, right? I haven't seen one for a while. First call for Junior Street. All right, Brad Pokerpew off the throttle. Boy, he was kind of losing it there for a little bit. How about an 878 off the throttle, 111 miles an hour? All right, Junior Street, we need you in staging lane. That's right, the co-pilot class. All right, Barbara Stetner out of Regina running the 82 Camaro. All right, Barbara Stetner down the track. It's through to 1411, 94 miles an hour. Well, you see the white mist coming out of the hood. That is normal. That is the purge of the nitrous system. Dawson Sazy out of Prince Albert, new ride. Take a look at this Camaro. This thing is wild. And I'll tell you, they don't make Cadillacs like this. That's right, they don't. You chip them. That's right, Kelly Neufeld. He's got a fast Cadillac. But Dawson says, how about a 004 reaction time? 8:01, 170 miles an hour, almost in the 7-second range. 8:01, 170 miles an hour. All right, Steve Gabber out of Regina. We know the 2016 Challenger. All right, a 4:05 reaction time. Steve's going to work on that a bit. He's out of Regina. Get through to the top end, 11:13, 137 miles an hour. All right, Junior Street, I think you guys are all there. We're going to call it anyways. Junior Street, co-pilot class. There we go. Thanks for the beer the other day, Sully. Yeah, no beer. You can still give me the $10. I told you, you can buy me a beer. You're just underage. But that's the best thing about SIR. You can be in the beer gardens there in Mackenzie Auto. It is family. You can bring your family in there. All right, our next pair. Now we are into Sportsman. Manajasic Flamin out of Regina. Getting the time slip of Chad Novak out of Kenora. His new ride. Well, Chad Nova got their action time in 0:09 to an 0:22, but it is the lady. That's right, Amanda Jessic Flamin through the quarter mile first. 11:60, 118 miles an hour. Chad Novak's time, 14:97, 96 miles per hour. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again. All right, I believe it's Ben Weeks with the truck going up against the Challenger of Sarah Stinson. Chaz Strand got the reaction time in 0:04 to 1:06. Oh, sorry, that's Sarah Stinson through at 14:04, 14:43. Well, we got to say happy birthday to Jenna Haru. She can't be at the track, but she's watching it on the live stream. So definitely we got to say happy birthday. That's right, Braden's wife. All right, Chris Langdon. Thanks, Mary, for the duster. That's right, Chris Langdon going to get the time slip with our friends of Boulier, Saskatchewan. That's right, Chase Strand. And that is the crew chief, Glenn Sally. We know that name at SIR. He ran propane-powered race cars for a number of years, running a Pro Mod as well. Chase Strand got through Axe time in 0370-994. And it is the Mustang 1142 through the quarter mile, 1172 for Chris Langdon. Junior Street co-pilot class final call. Junior Street co-pilot class final call. Well, what's he doing to me? Randy Stowe usually runs an S10. No, today he's running an 82. Or sorry, 82? It is. It's an El Camino. We don't see a lot of those out anymore. Randy Stowe out of Medicine Hat, getting the time slip with Owen Desjardins out of Regina. Well, it's a red eye for the Vega. Randy Stowe with the El Camino. 162 reaction time. Top end, Stowe got through to 1260, 1254 for our friend Owen Desjardins. All right, our next pair. Hey, Jay Steele in that 87 Blazer. That's right, Superior Diesel. Getting the time slip with Chantel Hendry running the OK Tire Duster. And Chantel's on her game here today, folks, in 003 reaction time 010 for Jay Steele. But it's Yellow Duster through, runs at 1265, 1376 for Jay Steele. All right, Darren Shipko out of Saskatoon riding a Reed Automotive 78 Nova. I'd like to thank the Boschman's Mullet Mafia. We'd like to thank him as well. All right, it looks like a single pass. Well, Darren's going to have to work on the reaction time of 5:86, but down the quarter mile, we get the time, 12:48, 107 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Steve Rasco out of Cupar running the Mustang, getting the time slip with Philip Russler out of Prince Albert running the Dodge truck. Okay, first call for street legal, first call for street legal. Well, our friend out of Cupar with the Mustang with a red eye, 063 reaction time for our friend with the Dodge truck. It'll be the Mustang through the quarter mile first with the red eye, 1389, 1483 for the Dodge truck. First call. First call for Junior Dragsters, 1 and 2. First call, Junior Dragsters, 1 and 2. Well, holy smokes, of course it's a Mopar, but I didn't see that one coming. Blair Campbell, new ride, I like it, out of Meadow Lake. Running the Dodge Super V, getting the time slip with another Mopar. We know these guys. That's right, Evan and Don Stephenson. That's right, there's Don. I know, Don, you're busy taping. Be quiet, right? Mopar with Mopar. All right, looks like we're going to have to send our top end guys, make sure everything is okay. Looks like we had a little bit of white smoke at the top end of the track. Just going to clear it and make sure everything is ready to go. Must be from Cupar. Cupar rhymes with Mopar. Well, I forgot to mention a little bit earlier, we got to say happy birthday to our RacerGate lady. That's right, Jody. You guys, she greets you with a smile every day. It's her birthday this week, so happy birthday. Make sure you say that tomorrow when you're getting paid up for your fees and stuff. As well, Orly Newart. That name sounds familiar. He makes his home now in Red Deer, but that's right, Orly. Celebrating the big milestone birthday. Congratulations. Owner of Red Deer Speed and Custom. Orly raced out here at SIR for a number of years. One of the sponsors of Miles of Mayhem. So happy birthday as well. Richie Harder, you had a birthday earlier this week. And we won't mention Heather Bennett, will we? Sure we will. Okay, looks like we're still kind of working on the VP fuel lane. We'll keep you posted of what's going on. Right now, good time to grab something to eat, something to drink. That's right. Make your way down to the concession, Hector's Grub Hub. The Ends family will look after you. And they've got lots of pizza. They got a different chicken, what was it, chicken bake? Or chicken ranch pizza coming later. But yeah, no lunch specials. All the products are on special, right? They got ice cream. They got everything. So make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub as well. We ask you to have responsible beverages, but Elaine will look after you at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. And yes, we got to thank all the volunteers for helping us get this facility in place here for the feature race this weekend. We couldn't do it without you. We added to the grandstands, and that's right, in the beer gardens, the Mackenzie Auto. It is family. You can bring your family in there. We ask you to be responsible, right? We are role models, so let's make sure we display the right morals and values, right? We want to see you come back here at SIR. But once again, thank you to all the volunteers. You guys did a fantastic job. The place looks incredible. Well, we're still down a little bit. We definitely got to extend our condolences to Garth and Gloria. That's right, Gloria Pfeiffer, Garth Tillman. Hilda Tillman ran our concession here for a number of years, and that lady took care of me for a long time. What a saint. It was really nice to run into her when we announced races up in Yorkton. So I'm sorry to say, but our condolences to Gloria and Garth. That's right, the Tillman family on Hilda passing away. She was one of our concession managers for years here at SIR, and she looked after her staff really well. So our condolences to the Tillman family. As well, we lost earlier. Brian Andreen was one of our workers here, ran the tow truck for a number of years, then had a few health issues and stuff, but I'll tell you, the guy's commitment to our sport and helping us with his volunteering and stuff, we definitely going to miss you, Brian. He passed away, as well as Ian Sparky Jantz. That's right. Elaine and Ian, both out of Lanigan, Saskatchewan, racing for a number of years. Ian, a very quiet racer, but boy, the sportsmanship he had and stuff, incredible. So we lost another great racer. And we did mention earlier, Gary Waldner, there is going to be a celebration this Wednesday at 2 o'clock at Prairieland Park in Hall B, August 20th at 2 o'clock. And Gary says, you know what? We want you guys to wear your sports, whatever you want to wear. Car, sports, he doesn't want nothing hoity-toity. And if you knew Gary, you knew that. So, wow. But, yeah, very sad to lose Gary Walder, Mr. Magoo, Waldo. But once again, life celebration will be August 20th at 2 o'clock at Hall B at Prairieland Park. And he's survived by his wife, Deb, and daughter, Lindsay. Memorial donations to Saskatoon SPCA and the hospice at Glengarda. So right now we're down for a few minutes here, folks. We're still working on the VP fuel lane. We'll keep you posted. Racers, stay by your cars and staging that way if we're ready to go. We are ready to go, right? Stay by your cars. Junior dragsters, you guys are there. Street legal, you are called. I think everyone is just about there. So we'll keep you posted. Well, with downtime, you get to walk around the pits, see some people here. We've got the Postman family. That's right, the Joker's Wild Racing Team. And I'll tell you what, go around, take a look, visit. We've got the biggest car show. They say we got the biggest car show downtown. I think we got the best car show here at SIR. I want to call these cars engineered art going down the track. They look so beautiful, but I'll tell you, they go down the track very quick. And yes, Frank, we've got Nitro. That's right, the Nitro Top Fuel bike. All right, just going to do some final touch-ups here on that VP Fuel lane. We'll get underway with the conclusion of our first-time trial here at SIR. That's right, points race number 8. Well, kind of. We lost a couple of races down the track here, so I do believe we're going to be doing the rain-out dates. We're going to confirm that a little bit later. But yeah, Mother Nature has been kind of difficult with everyone this year. Okay, just going to tell everyone it's only going to be a 2-hit day here today, guys, with the number of cars we got going on here today and with working on the conditions here. It's going to be a 2-hit day. Already mentioned earlier, yes, if you are not seeing a lady walking around with 50/50s, you're going to make your way down to the souvenir shop. And definitely, if you wanted to pick up the new swag this year, you may want to get it today. After tomorrow, might be hard to find what you're looking for. So make your way down to the souvenir shop. 50/50s again today and tomorrow. Once again, we do post the winning ticket on Facebook. So you do not have to be here to win it. You just got to produce the winning ticket. And we'll make the arrangements for you on that. So once again, take a look around. And thank you for supporting on that. SIR definitely changing a number of years. So couldn't do that with all these 50/50s. A lot of improvements here at SIR. Getting ready. That's right. Next year's going to be 60 years here at SIR. I can't believe it. It was 50 years just like 9 years ago. So 60 years SIR celebrating drag racing here in Western Canada, the oldest track here. And boy, oh boy, lots of bragging rights. All right, still working on that VP fuel lane. We're just going to take a bit of a break here. All right, back at her. Eric Humphreys, 1:14 Rex time to 0:69 for Sean Ironstad. And it is Eric Humphreys, mid-track, pulling away, gets through top bend, 12:92, 13:46 for our friend with the Kona. So Russ and Raylene, are you guys going to be doing the quality control? You're going to give us a rating on the new improvements at the new improved Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens with the Russ and Raylene section? Oh, there we go. We got more people. Oh, my God. Here we're in trouble now, aren't we? I think there's a Heather Bennett section there, too, isn't there? There we go. Didn't you say it's cheaper to race than... There we go. Happy birthday, sweetheart. 29 and holding. Right? Guys know better. You don't say ages out there, right? Ooh, I like the 55. Well, looks like a bit of a hiccup again on the starting line. We're just going to check her out, figure out what's going on. Once again, racers, unfortunately, 2-hit day today. Well, I like looking down on the staging lanes. We got a few more junior dragsters joining our group, so that is looking great. One time we had a really good junior dragster population here, but as people progress, changing classes, and definitely showed junior dragster does do well. We've had a few young ladies going right from junior dragster right to super pro, and I'll tell you what, holding their own. Definitely a lot of good racers out there. So the junior dragster works, but as well, you know what? The junior street legal does as well, the co-pilot class. Yeah, there we go. We got a few hands up there. Like I said, Sully, you could have still bought me a beer. I know you're not of age to buy me a beer. I'm teasing Sully. We got to go see the Sheepdogs and Wide Mouth Mason, and I got to tell you, that Sheepdogs guitar player, that guy shreds. He's incredible. What a guitar player. But both them and Wide Mouth, I'm a big Wide Mouth fan, so I was happy with both. Never seen Sheepdogs. I've seen Wide Mouth numerous times, but I got to say, the exhibition, pretty good entertainment lineup on that one. So thoroughly enjoyed the Sheepdogs and Wide Mouth Mason. But it got a little late there. They had Biff naked later, but the guys I was with... No, I didn't have to work the next day, but, I'm getting a little too old for this stuff, right? Too old to party? No. Really? All right, you guys know what you're doing. That's right. Take a look around Hector's Grub Hub. We've got ice cream. We've got drinks. We've got gluten-free items in the menu. So I'll tell you, make your way down to the concession. Grab something to eat. Grab something to drink. As well, we got a lane down at the Mackenzie Expanded Beer Gardens. That's right. You can bring your family in there. So thank you to all the volunteers helping us last couple of weeks. There are a lot of improvements here. And we were mentioning earlier, Brenda's going to be walking around. If you don't see her, we got 50/50s today and tomorrow. If you don't see her, go down to the souvenir shop. The new swag is in. She says you may want to buy today because tomorrow it's going to be a very busy day. And selection might be a little hard, so make your way down to the souvenir shop. We did mention earlier, hey, you don't have to be here to win the 50/50. If nobody claims it, we will post it on Facebook, so that way all you got to do is show the right number and the right ticket. And no, we don't take anything with black marker numbers on it, right? It's got to be originally printed. I know you printers out there. Russ, was that counterfeit printing you were working for, or which one? No? Yeah. Or Bitcoin. You knew you were in trouble when you started printing Bitcoin money, right? Okay, well, let's find out what the heck is going on here. We got the old 55 here, the double nickel. Looks like somebody went through the top bend, maybe looking for something. All right, where it is, this 55 Chevy. She's gray primered, and I'll tell you what, patinaed. Check them out in the pits. They got something going on that you can write on the car. Better find out to make sure that's correct, right? We don't want to write on somebody's car. We love Mike, and then the guy doesn't like Mike, right? But no, check them out in the pits. They've got something going on with this car. I've been informed, so hey, inquiring minds need to know. All right, sounds like we're back at her. We're going to fire it up again. We warmed up the rear tires. So once again, take a look for this double nickel. That's right out of Sturgeon, Alberta. 55 Bel Air, Michael Schaub. Well, they got something going on with this 55. Make sure you take a look in the pits. Well, right now, they left the starting line at 2:21 reaction time. Michael Schaub with the 55 gets through 12:58, 99 miles an hour. All right, we got Sullivan Gropp. We're having a little bit of fun with him a little bit earlier today. Yeah, we seen him at the exhibition. He's going to get the time slip right now with Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. And I'll tell you, it's nice to see some alumni. That's right, I believe it's Kurt Jackson, the co-pilot on this one. Kurt Jackson, Linda Sabiston, both raced Mopars for a number of years. And as they're getting older and stuff, they said, let's have the grandkids have some fun. They're bringing them out with their new trucks. You got to be 13 years and older. You got to sign a lot of paperwork. But after that, you can have a lot of fun here at SIR. Hey, Sully, out the gates a little too quick, buddy. 041 red eye, 181 for Kaiden. But Sullivan Gropp will cross the 8th mile first, 9:11 to 10:31. So once again, you got to be 13 years and older. What you do is you swap drivers in the stage and lanes so the kids get to drive the 8th mile, half track. As they make their way down the return road, they'll get their time slip. That's when they change drivers once again. So if you ever wanted to get into drag racing economically, and I'll tell you, that's a hard one to put drag racing and economics together because it doesn't work really. But you can run the family ride. You can create some great family moments, right? Got to be 13 years and older. Yes, you got to have a mom and dad or a guardian with the vehicle. But after that, you can join us and have some fun. All right, you mentioned earlier, anybody licensing, you guys come up to the staging lanes whenever. We're going to get you in. Licensing only. All other classes and testing only come up to staging when you're called. All right, our next pair, we know Marley Breeze. This young lady's been driving a couple years now out of PA. That's right, the PA Checkered Pass Taxi. Love it. She's got a great thing going on with that. Just shows you the kids are creative. They can have fun with that. Steve Boyle, I believe, is going to be in the passenger seat. We got Nikita Blanchard with Linda Sabiston. Nikita out of Bradwell. And once again, couple of racers bringing the grandkids coming out. This is a great way to recruit. So half track, 8th mile. Nikita will get their first runs of 995, 1038 for Marty Breeze. You don't have to have the fast vehicle. This is bracket or handicap racing. We run off of dial-ins. We're going to explain that a little bit later as the program progresses. So don't worry. If you're brand new to drag racing, we're going to try to explain how our stupid sport works. It is a lot of science here. You got to know your car. You got to know what you're going to run. But I'll tell you what. A little bit of luck helps you in here too, right? We got a lot of good racers here this weekend, so whoever's going to earn it, you're going to have to bring it. Sometimes good luck helps, but you're going to have to earn it today. All right, Maya Jacques out of Regina, 2007 Coral, Colorado, getting the time slip with Jensen Adams out of Craven. So we got truck versus truck for the 8th mile. Once again, we'd like to thank Butler Byers for sponsoring these classes in Junior Street and Junior Dragster. Well, this round, Maya Jacques got the reaction time of 161 to a 594, but top of the 8th mile, Johnson with the Big Sierra got through first, 10:39, 11:47 for the Colorado. All right, just doing a touch-up on the VP starting line. And I believe we're going into street legal, are we not? Okay, so final call for Junior Dragster. Final call for Junior Dragster. Well, I definitely want to thank the volunteers, the family center down by the washrooms, just off of the concession. What a great idea. Anybody nursing, we want a kind of a quiet environment. We do the best we can, but I'll tell you what, they did a good job. There was flowers donated, a lot of manual labor. Once again, we got to thank everyone that's doing this. We're definitely a good way of recruiting families, right? We want families coming here to watch drag racing with us. So once again, we got to thank the volunteers just in the kids area as well. What a beautiful area lined up. They cleaned up the area with another couple little play areas. Went through the sand. So thank you so much. I love that small little detail. It actually speaks in volumes. I love it. Good job, guys. All right, just a word. If anyone's riding trucks, just check your back. I know we've got a lot of moisture here in the last few days, different areas of the city. Just check for water, okay? You might have some water in the back of your truck box. So just take a look. Yes, we got a few fast cars here this weekend, so we definitely want to make sure everything is premium. All right, Cameron Ironstand out. Whip the Hyundai, and it looks like it's going to be a single pass. All right, Cameron out the gates, 4:09 reaction time. The Hyundai will get through the 8th mile in 9:60 at 80 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Gordon Laliberty with the 2014 Mustang convertible in Tiger Automotive Lane going up against the Corvette. That's right, Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. I like this matchup. A couple of supercars here. Yeah, we got to back up. Restage. Got a few new drivers, right? We got to work with them a little bit, help them out. Well, Walter Fournette, he's been through the drag strip a few times. 074 reaction time. Will get to the top end first. Gets through to 1060. Gordon Laliberty with the 2014 Mustang 1193. Well, making her debut this year was Sarah Stinson out of Tabacabura, Indonesia. And what the heck is Mike saying? What I'm saying is Sarah and Corey is originally from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. But, you know, they just like to have fun with me. So Tabacabura, Indonesia is where they make their home right now. Going to be here for a couple more weeks. So Sarah's having some fun drag racing. Sarah's up with Sherry Gordon with the Magnum. And Sarah Stinson got through action time on this one, you Sherry. 218 to a 230. Top end, it is Sarah Stinson, 1464, 1474 for Sherry Gordon. Well, almost through the first round of time trials. Once again, racers are only going to get 2 hits today, unfortunately, with the way the time is gone. Car count here this weekend. Once again, thank you so much. But boy, oh boy, we got a big plate on a food in front of us here to eat this weekend. And I'll tell you, the feature race, I was very impressed looking at all the different vehicles they got featured. And I'll tell you, we got every class. I mean, this weekend, if you can't find a car you like, then I think it's not us. There's going to be something for everyone this weekend. Well, the Riders are back at it tomorrow. And no, I won't say any scores. I know a few of our diehards here, they're going to be taping the game to watch it later. But I'll tell you, the Riders off to a really good start. Let's keep it going. All right, just making an adjustment here to the track. We'll get underway as soon as we can. All right, back at it. Battle of convertibles on this one. We got the Mustang convertible. Chad Novak out of Kenora. Up with, hey, that's right, Braden. The Mongoose Bentley. No, Braden the Snake. There we go. There we go. Maybe that didn't sound right, did it? Either way, Braden's back up. 1482 down the quarter mile. Rick Laliberty out of Regina, 2015 Corvette. You want to see what a 2015 Corvette's going to do down the quarter mile? I do. Absolutely. He's going with the time slip Ryan Magnus. Boy, oh boy, what a nice car. He's had the misty blue newer Camaro. This 68's gorgeous. And Ryan got direct time on this one, an 0.52 to a 313. But Rick Laliberty with the Corvette mid-track pulling away. How about 11.52 down the quarter mile? Ryan Magnus through to 15.26. All right, looks like Dave Leverton on the line first. He's got Core Rock Construction Truck in the Tiger Automotive lane. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. Evan right now in first spot in Street Legal. Well, Evan Stephenson got through extra time of 118, and he's going to make it to the top end first. He's through to 12:10. 1387, the number on the Core Rock Construction Truck. Dave Leverton out of Martinsville. All right, our next pair, we got the two-wheel of Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. Anita and Glenn, his sponsors as well, Hendry's Motorsports. Getting the time slip with Ben Weeks. This young man doing pretty good this year. First year getting it under his belt. And he got an 0.34 reaction time. Matt Hendry with the bike a little quicker, an 0.17. And mid-track, the two-wheeler will cross the line first, 11.42. Ben Weeks through to 14.34. All right, the Viper. Sean Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan. Up with Nate Gross out of Southie. Boy, oh boy, we got Southie versus Southie. Who are you guys cheering for? Both of them, right? Could be a long ride home back to Southie, right? You guys are awesome. Oh, Nate Gross puts that good one down. 0.02 reaction time on the truck. 3.22 for the Viper, but it will be Sean Isaac through the top end. Viper through to 12.01. Nate Gross through to 15.13, but almost a perfect light. 0.02. Well, it's Dad's turn to have some fun. That's right, Shane Grope out of Dundurn. Yeah. Sully running it in the junior street. Now Shane's getting his fun in street lingo. He's running the truck called Fixed Income Garage. Yeah, we're all fixed income, aren't we? Shane's going to get the time slip with Jasmine Stinson. Hey, the Stinson reunion's still going on here at SIR. Well, Jasmine out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. 2:04 reaction time for Shane. And these guys are going to go down the full quarter mile. And Shane with the square box Chevy will get through to 13:57. Jasmine's Jeep, 16:40. All right, newer vet, Viper out at the track. I'll tell you, something for everybody out here. And Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. And I don't know, I heard she got the bug. That's right, she likes drag racing. And Carrie's on her way, a 1:12 reaction time down the VP fuel lane. And through the top end, Carrie Wu with the Mustang, a 1496, 93 miles per hour. Well, it's lunchtime. What's special at the Hector's Grub Hub? Everything. That's right. Grab something to eat, grab something to drink, ice cream, gluten-free items. They said something about a chicken ranch pizza a little bit later. These guys are experimenting with a lot of different things, but I'll tell you, they're going to be very busy here today and tomorrow, so good time to make your way down to the concession, grab something to eat. As well, we got our friend Elaine. She's looking after the Mackenzie Auto Gear Gardens. And that's right, all we ask, responsible beverages. We want to see you back here again. So Elaine will take care of you. Once again, if you have any Great West product receipts that you guys purchase, that does help us with sponsorship here at SIR. You can either drop off your receipt with Elaine, or you can send it to the SDRA email or text. And what happens, that helps with sponsorship dollars out here at SIR. So if you drink Great West product, that would help us out here at the track. But like always, responsibly, right? All right, I like the sound of this. That's right, the Junior Dragsters. All right, Kirsten Bell out of Medicine Hat will be in the Tiger Automotive lane. Bell's racing, that's right, getting the time slip with Leia Jassic, that's right, and Leia is called Lightning Leia. We got to get that straight, don't we? Well, dreaded red light, but Kirsten Bell, 0.52 out the gates, a 1:50 reaction time for Leia. And top of the 8th, Kirsten will get there first, a 9:48, 69 miles an hour. Leia's time, 11:86, 52 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Thomas. He calls themselves Turbo Thomas in the VP fuel lane. That's right, Jacek Flamin. That is Russ' dad going to help him on the starting line. Ella Jennings out of Redcliffe, Alberta, running the junior dragster. And Ella is in the Tiger Automotive lane. There's dad helping out. Well, unfortunately, red eye for Ella. She didn't miss it by much. An 0.53 red light, 3:73 reaction time for Turbo Thomas. Ella will get through the 8th mile first, a 9:25, 12:58 the number for Thomas, Jacek Flamin. All right, out of Viceroy, Saskatchewan, Lucas Guyman. And Lucas will be in the VP fuel lane. Up with Zoe. That's what she calls her dragster. That's right, Victoria Desjardins. Definitely want to thank Papa. That's right, Grandpa there. All right, Lucas Guyman got the reaction time this round, an 0.39 to an 0.91. Will cross the 8th mile. It's 8:26, 13:64 for Victoria Desjardins. All right, second time trial. Pro, let's go, Pro. Second time trial, Pro. We need you in staging. All right, so just waiting for our junior dragster racers and crews to make their way back in. We cannot race while they're still at the top end. Got to make sure everyone's safe back in the pits. Going to touch up the track and get ready for our second round of time trials here at SIR points race number 8 here with the Flamin Sales feature here. I'd like to thank Flamin, Q-Line Trucking, as well as Globe Printers for helping us out. So once again, Pro, let's go. Staging lanes are open. Second time trial, Pro, let's go. All right, second time trial here. Pro, let's go. 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Just quick note, racers. The points have been posted on the tech booth as well. So if you're wondering where we're placing this next round, we're going to place the first top 5 in each class. But once again, the points race standings have been posted on the tech board on the tech booth, right? And once again, Pro, let's fill those staging lanes. Let's go, Pro! Well, we mentioned a little bit earlier today, yes, the celebration of life of Gary Waldner. That's right, Mr. Magoo. Waldo will be held this Wednesday at 2 o'clock. Prairieland Park, Hall B. It's going to be a big one. And I'll tell you, Gary wasn't a formal kind of guy. He encourages you to wear your sports, your race car clothing, whatever you want to wear. Just be there, right? And I'll tell you, we lost a good one. There we go. Let's put our hands together. These are future drag racers, Mike. There we go. We got Zoe making it back. All right, our next pair, is that Flam and Jessic Flammy making their way back down? I don't think so. We got the other ladies. That's right. We got Redcliffe and Medicine Hat. There we go. That's right. Put your hands together for these young racers. And Lucas Guyman, that's right. Let's welcome him. Good job, Lucas. Well, we're still touching up the track here. Pro, let's go. Fill those staging lanes and go. Second time trial. Once again, racers, unfortunately, 2-hit day today. Few contributions kind of contributing to that today. Yeah, we didn't get off as well as we'd like. But we're going to go, and with the due to the high car count, we're going to do the best we can. But it's only going to be a 2-hit day today. So pro, let's go, Pro. All right, we got Jeff Fisk out of Moosomin, Saskatchewan. That's down south with the Camaro. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. We fed a few more cards into the computer system. Wow. Jeff Fisk with the tire shake. But first licensing pass, he makes his way down the track, shut it down, 1193 as he strolls through. So these guys are licensing. They got to show they can control the car. All right, second time trial here. That's right, the Queen City Performance out of Regina. Thank you guys for sponsoring this class once again. It's the Malibis. David Giesbrick getting the time slip with Frank Pahozoff. And David Giesbrick on his game in 008 to a 034 reaction time. Malibis through 10:34, 11:94 our time for a Gambuster, Frank Pahozoff. All right, it looks like Harlan Cookwell out of Warman with the Camaro. Unfortunately, a red eye with the other Camaro. That's Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Jake's reaction time in 074 got through the quarter mile at 10:27. Harlan Cookwell, well with the red eye, got through 10:63, 127 miles an hour. All right, second generation Samoleski. That's Austin behind the wheel. Diesel Medics, Beckner Trucking, Mom and Dad. 119 reaction time is Tay Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. 071 reaction time. Side by side, but looks like the Camaro inching ahead. It is Austin Samoleski through to 1068. All right, good to see this guy back, Lou Fontaine Jr. And you know what? He needs a name for this car. So if you're walking around the pits, he's got Junior on the side. But you know what? They got to figure out a name for this car. So if you're out there, talk to Lou Fontaine Jr. You got an idea for a name? Send it to him, right? All right, Lou Fontaine Jr. with Kevin Wilms out of Hepburn. And Wilms with that Roadster got the reaction time. 088 to a 115, but it is Lou Fontaine Jr. Falcon through to 960, 1039 for Kevin Wilms. we've got father versus son, Scribner Racing. And it's a red eye for son Lindsay. Floyd Scribner, no 3-0 reaction time. Side by side. Top end. Dad will get this round. 976 to a 959. Uh-oh, they say it's for sale. And if you know the Boachmans are selling, they want to go faster. Mason Boachman out of Martinsville. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue. Getting the time slip with Justin Schulhauser out of Saskatoon. 78 Camaro, and I think that's Rob Kobzar. Old Camaro, if I remember it correctly. Well, clean start at the line. Boachman got the 039-066 for Schulhauser. Side by side, it is the Camaro 937-975 for the Pontiac Trans Am. All right, our friends from Medicine Hat, the Fry family, an 0-2-0 reaction time for Darcy. 56 will cross line at 10:89. Dwight Grisbowski, a 1:27 reaction time. A little bit quicker, a 10:39 on the Stolen Dignity. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan, White City, Perry Fletcher with the 64 Belvedere. Getting the time slip with Brian Hicks. He's out of Regina. And what's the starting line? All right, both vehicles pulling the wheels. Unfortunately, Hicks with the red eye, 049 for Fletcher. That means he left a little too quick. So Fletcher, an 049 reaction time, got through to 10:16, 10:95. Brian Hicks didn't miss it by much, though, 0.05, which is 5/1000ths of a second. You can't even breathe that fast. Man, oh man, you can't even blink like that. Well, good to see Lawrence and Sharon Campbell from Moose Jaw, the 88 Mustang. I definitely got to come by and say hello to you, Sharon. I owe you a hug. All right, Lawrence Campbell. Good reaction times. Lawrence 015 through at 11:43. right, Sean Isaac out of Southie, Saskatchewan. Beautiful Firebird. Oh, with a red eye, Rob Phillips. Oh boy, 006. This round goes to our friend out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob Phillips through 979, 897. But Sean Isaac with the red eye, a little bit too quick out the gates. We'll explain as we get into the elimination rounds what the rules are. Right now, time trials, you get qualifying. You may get the by run, you may get lane choice, but whoever reads the Christmas tree correctly, that's how you qualify here at SIR. Pete Doroshenko, good to see the red Camaro out of Regina, getting the time slip with the 66 Chevelle out of Outlook, Jared McIntosh. Ooh, red eye. So a red eye for Pete meant he leapt a little bit too quick. You'd see the yellow still on. Jared McIntosh, good reaction time, 028. He got through to 962, 999 for Pete Doroshenko. I like this Maverick. It is out of Dunmore, Alberta, 74 Ford Maverick. His name is Steve Beck. He's getting his time slip with Mike Kilbride out of Regina. We know Mike. He's been drag racing this dart for a number of years at SIR. All right, first call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. Steve Beck with the red eye with the Maverick. Got through 11:43, 11:16 for Mike Kilbride. Mike's on his game in 023 reaction time. All right, our next pair, Heather Bennett. Happy birthday, Heather. She's got the Mustang getting the time slip with the bad influence. Well, I found he was pretty good influence to me. Brian Doherty out of Saskatoon. Single Concrete Supply. And double red eyes. Boy, oh boy, 040 red eye, 002 for Heather. And it will be Doherty crossing the line first to 1011, 1099. All right, we want to welcome our friends out of Medicine Hat, Perry Bell with the 74 Scap. Getting the time slip with Walter Fruit Loop Furnet's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Well, Furnet's got through action time with the Corvette in 005, 060 for Bell. But Bell will cross the line first to 1006, 1067 for Walter Furnet's. All right, Team Zeller. That's right, Doug Zeller out of Medicine Hat with the red eye. Andrew Allen 030 reaction time got through to 964. Zeller 927 with the red eye. Second call, Super Pro, Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro, second call. All right, we've got a couple classics here, both vehicles 1968. How about the 68 Mustang? That is Martin and Laureen Marchuk. ABS Competition, Bennett Auto Supply. They're sponsors as well. OK Tire, Anita Hendry, sponsored by Hendry's Motorsports with Glenn. She's out of Dundurn with the Barracuda. Well, this is it. Family racing. Family in the pits. Racers on the starting line. We got Pop and Son. That's right. Nolan's got the white Fairlane. He's the son. Harold Pop-Up Penner's got the red Fairlane. These guys been drag racing here at SIR for a number of years. Well, looks like Papa Penner got this round, 10-10, 019 reaction time. Nolan, a 108 reaction time, got through to 1040. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, Paul Funk out of Glassland running the 95 Camaro. Getting the time slip, though. One of the old geezers. That's right, Floyd Chappell, the old school 68 Dart. Good to see Floyd out. And that Dart, holy smokes. He's got a Hemi. Well, Paul Funk, you can see him going through the gears, standard transmission. But it's old school, and I'll tell you, Mr. Chappell, you're teaching the young guys the things here. 005 reaction time through 936. 289 for Paul Funk, got through 1079, 129 miles an hour. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. Well, looks like Steve Funk back out with a red eye. 010 reaction time for Tyson Daranoski. And the S10 out of Casarillo will cross the line first. The 1084, 1099 for our friend out of Glassland. Super Pro, let's go, Super Pro. All right, well, he's got auto trends on the side. I'll tell you, that brings a tear to my eye. We lost Gary Waldner just a while ago, and the life celebration will be this Wednesday. But Dave Case out of Saskatoon behind the wheel of 64 Savoy, getting the time slip with the youngster, junior dragster, used to run Camden Fiesel out of Regina, now running the 79 Nova. Well, double red lights. So Ryan, we got Ryan up here. He's wondering what the heck do we do during elimination rounds where both cars run too quick, the car that broke out the least takes the win. The other thing when you get into elimination rounds, you cannot hit the guardrail, you cannot cross the center line. You can't red light, that means you left too quick. And if it's a double red light, the car that left after takes the win. But don't worry, once we get going, we're going to explain it to you. And if you think you knew what was going on before, I'm going to confuse the heck out of you after that, right? Then you're going to go see Elaine in Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, right? What the heck is that announcer talking about? Ho ho! Ken Daly! I'll tell ya, pulling those wheels. Ken Daly right now in 4th spot. And Daly gets here, look at that, 0.29 reaction time, 10:13. I'd say Daly's on his game. And Braden Haru going into the weekend, number 1. 0.21 reaction time. He's on his game as well, a 9:44. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, take a look. We got Mike Alexander. He's in 2nd spot. He's had a great run so far this year, but it ain't over. Watch the starting line, 64 Belvedere. Mike loves to pull the front wheels, ride the back wheels. He's getting the time still at Kimmy G, Outcast Racing. She's been running the Pontiac Acadian here for a number of years. And there is Mike Alexander out the gates. He got through action time on this round, an 0.89 to a 1.66. And mid-track pulls away through a 10.07. All right, Brandon Bennett right now in 5th spot of the Queen City Performance Pro Class. He is in the VP Fuel lane, so we're going to move some people around here today. It's points race number 8 here today. He's getting the time slip with Plum Crazy out of Dundurn, Glenn Hendry. And this car has been here for decades. We know the Hendry family. Well, Brandon Bennett with the red eye. Glenn Hendry in 0.22 reaction time. Hendry got through to 10:41, 9:10 with the red eye. Brandon Bennett. Well, I'll tell you something's going on here because Mark Bennett with the Mustang. He usually runs Mopar. But Mark says, nope, we're running the Mustang here today. He's going to get the time slip with Ryan Appleby out of Regina. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition is sponsors. First call for testers, 1 and 2. And there is Appleby pulling those front wheels. Look at Bennett. Almost a perfect light in 0010 top end. Appleby will get there first to 9.69. Bennett with almost a perfect run through to 12.04. All right, Dave Kerr out of Regina with the red eye got through the top end at 12.26. All right, looks like Jansen out with a single pass. 0-1-8 reaction time. Got through with the Camaro at 10:50. All right, another licensing pass for our friend out of Hellbright, Saskatchewan, Rick Scott, 66 Chevelle. Where's the Sarge? What the heck? Oh, you broke it. You're not supposed to play with your toys before Christmas. It was Christmas. Okay, sorry. Okay, we'll leave that one alone. Sorry to hear. Would have been nice to see you run today or this weekend. Well, out of all the Chevelles, I love the 66 rear taillights. And Rick Scott's getting this car figured out, a 353 down the track, full pass. How about a 920, 146 miles an hour? All right, we got our friends out of Melfort, the Taylor family. That's Brian Taylor with the Malibu getting the time slip with the dragster. Joan and Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon, Provincial Vodka and Sewer, Poland. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. Richard Skopik through to 804. All right, Chris Kirkestner got the single pass on that one. Boy, oh boy, he's going to hate the time slip. An 0014, 1/1000th of a second red light. You can't even blink that quick. Still got through to 966, 136 miles an hour. Unfortunately, our friend out of Candle Lake, Jack Neufveld's getting pushed out. All right, Richie Harder going in the weekend, number 1. Up with Bob Fiesel. Fiesel with the red eye. I'll tell you, Richie Harder's going to be a tough dog. An 007 reaction time through a 772, 173 miles an hour. 880 for Bob Fiesel, 147 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, Taryn McBain behind the Sunbeam Alpine, getting the ticket with Jack Appleby, top end. Appleby snuck in a 920, 932 for our friend Taryn McBain. All right, Kim Bedard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip of Travis McBain with the dragster. Well, McBain crosses the line first, a 776, 172 miles an hour. 879 for Kim Bedard, 154 miles an hour. All right, we got some drag racing history here. The farm track, that's right. We used to put F on the plate. Kelly Morrison with the 1970 El Camino getting the time slip with Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Of course, that's Jason Howdle. And there's Kelly Morrison doing a little bit of steering down the track. Kelly Morrison, 941. All right, RJ Fife out of Regina, the 27 Roadster. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Melfort, Brent Stevens. Brent Stevens, 866 through the top end. All right, first call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman, final call for Testers, final call for Testers. All right, we've got Sarah Brown helping out the Brown family. That's right, Rick and Cheryl Brown out of Indian Head. They've got their granddaughter helping out. They're sponsored by the Stripe Shop, Agritechnics Agronomy with the Corvette. Getting the time slip with Wayne McKinnon out of Regina, 97 Cavalier. PBJ 5-star, Link Trailer, Stripe Shop, Neighbors Mechanical, and Surrey Valley Industries, his sponsors. And I'll tell you, Rick Brown on this game in 014 through, how about a 763? 180 miles an hour on a door slammer. Incredible. Wayne McKinnon, 920, 144 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, that is Mike Armstrong in the VP Fuel lane. And we got to say congratulations. First anniversary with Mike and Misty Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. You see the white mist coming out of the hood. He's got the bottle with the throttle. That's right, he's got nitrous. So when he's pushing that button, it's going to be pure nitrous, and it's going to be pure horsepower in that car. Mustang getting the time slip with the Barracuda, Arlene Harder out of Saskatoon. Well, Mike Armstrong, unfortunately, with the rod eye, he gets out. And at the top end, how about a 819, 166 miles an hour, 926 for Arlene Harder. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon, the Buick Regal, PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors. Getting the time slip with Scotty Yaremko. That's right, Glenn Yaremko's Acadian. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, Studio One, BBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, and RWH Motorsports, their sponsors. And watch the line. Couple fast cars here. All right, Slayer 2, they are the official supplier of clothing here at SIR, Impressions and Thread. The LaShawn family, that's right, Sean and Cheryl. And Slayer 2, I'll tell you what, an 034 reaction time, 9:32 on the quarter mile. Fred Schwab going into the weekend second spot, 036 reaction time, gets through to 10:48. All right, boy, oh boy, we got a couple of heavyweights going on here. That's right, Bobby Haru. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. And I'd like to thank Scott, Glenn, and Richie and his son, Braden. He's got the 71 Cutlass going up against the 69 Camaro of Barry Stettner, the BBJ 5-star, the new ride. We're not even racing them and excited. Well, Red Eye by Stettner, 022 reaction time for Haru. And the parachute goes out, 785 for Stettner, 848 for Bobby Haru. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Well, I'll tell you, this Yenko clone is so beautiful. You got to go look at it in the pits. That's right. Marty and Don Esbelt out of Dolphin, Manitoba. Marty Speed Shop and Dolphin Towing, their sponsors. Getting the time slip with Mark Dick out of Osler, 67 Falcon. Well, Mark Dick got the red eye. I'll tell you, Marty's on his game in 012 reaction time. And top end on, he gets through to 816, 167 miles an hour. Mark Dick with the red eye got through at 861, 160 miles an hour. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, out of Balfour, caught up with them a while ago. Dean Redfus running the 63 Chevy Nova. I got to go chat with him again. Good to see him. Dean Redfus getting the time slip with the dragster. That's right, Taylor Fiesel, a junior dragster, making his way up the ranks. Went through a couple different vehicles, settled on the dragster. Definitely knows how to run it. And Taylor almost a perfect light. How about an 005? To a 219, it will be dragster. Taylor threw it to 800, 165 miles an hour. Dean Rafus' time, 921, 143 miles an hour. All right, it is Eddie DeJarle out of the burnout box with the 67 Malibu. Donna Crane, Deck Brothers and Link Trailers, his sponsor. He's getting the time slip of Jamie Fiesel, Pasqua Lake, Phantom Altered, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, and Vote Auto out of Regina. We know Jamie, he's been racing here for decades. And I know Merv's looking down. That's right, we always got a Fiesel family reunion going on drag racing weekend. Always good to see the whole Fiesel family together. Well, Jamie Fiesel got through action time in 008. Red eye for Ed DeJarle. And it will be Fiesel. Phantom Ultra 2 at 848, 155 miles an hour. DeJarle's time, 949, 140 miles an hour. All right, Leo Donald out of Goose Bay with the 2005 dragster. All right, they're just looking at the driver saying it's going to be a single pass. All right, Leo gets out the gates. Good reaction time, Leo, in 037 for the dragster. And through the top bend, 882, 149 miles an hour. All right, these guys are going to be testing here, boy. We got a couple great muscle cars. 68 GTX out of Hague. That's Paul Fair. Getting the time slip with Jake Giesbrick, 68 Cougar. Good reaction times, 081 for Fair, 099 for Giesbrick, top end. Jake gets there first, 1025, 1313 for the GTX. Looks like we got to shut her down here for a second and send our top end guys, see what's going on. All right, we're momentarily shut down. Just got to check out a few things at the top end to make sure everything is safe. Once again, great time to make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Talk to April and Brad and the family. That's right, family operation. They're all over Saskatoon, Martinsville, Warman, different sporting events at the rinks. So there are concession providers once again here at SIR. And hey, if you got a family reunion, they got stuff. It doesn't hurt to ask. They do mobile catering. But a good time to grab some ice cream, maybe something gluten-free from the menu. And they were talking about, I think it was a chicken ranch pizza they were going to make. So they got lots of different varieties, lots of choices for you out there. As well, we got a lane at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. That's right. And thank you to all the volunteers. That grandstand looks fantastic. It is family oriented. Yes, you can go into the beer gardens with your family. The only thing is we do ask you to have responsible beverages. We want to see you come back again, right? So once again, just responsible beverages. But thank you guys. Your work out here has been incredible to get this facility ready. Well, I got to say, you got to put your hands together. This is one of my favorite cars out of Dauphin, Manitoba. And you got to see this car in the pits. Marty and Don Isfeld, it is a Yanko clone, but I'll tell ya, it ain't no clone. She's a fast car. And always a pleasure when these guys come and drag race with us, our friends from Manitoba. So thank you guys for having fun with us again. Thank you. And we got the Jokers Wild having some fun, doing some tracing around, right? Well, look at that Facebook. I'll tell you, whoever coordinated the feature this year, boy, oh boy, the planets were in line, the stars were in line. Boy, we've got vehicles, we got something for everyone. I believe they added a couple of semis that are going to be drag racing here as well. So you can't say you don't like a vehicle out here. You got so many choices. And the best thing is we got the Cruise Weekend. They keep saying we got the biggest car show, the best car show downtown. I am a little partial. I think we got the best car show here. I call these cars engineered art. They are beautiful, and they go down the track very quick. So I'll tell you what, get up, move around, talk to the drivers and the owners of the vehicle. If they don't look like they're in a big hurry, they have time to chat. They love talking about their vehicles. So make your way around the pits, take a look around, visit. And we're talking about the volunteers. I got to thank the volunteers as well with the kids area. It's just by the washrooms over there by the concession. Lot of good thought on that. I like nice little details. And boy, oh boy, we want to encourage families coming out here to watch racing. What a great idea. Mums, if you need to birth, you got to breastfeed, we've got a place for you. We got a nice surrounding. And unfortunately, while we're at a racetrack, it's not going to be quiet. But we try to do the best thing you can, right? So once again, I believe the Taylors are going to be helping out with that. But a good kids area and all the volunteers that went through it to make sure everything was good. Thank you for your efforts, guys. That small little detail speaks volumes. Thank you so much. Well, you see a few people working around their vehicles, getting them ready. We're hoping maybe a little bit later today, some of the feature vehicles, some of them may have to make a test pass to make sure everything's working right. So we're definitely looking forward to the icing on the cake a little bit later on today. Yeah, we got elimination rounds coming up. Don't worry, we're going to explain how drag racing works. And if you're first time, don't worry. Be happy, right? All right, looks like we're fired up once again. All right, the new ride for Mark Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan, 67 Camaro. And hey, the new ride. Well, Colin G's been working on this for a while. Follow him on Facebook. This guy is incredible. He's got his hands on every part on this truck. You have to see what he started with and what they progressed to. I tell you what, the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. What a beautiful ride. Watch the starting line. He still can't get it to get some traction there. And you know what it is. No traction, no action, baby. And he's still spinning those rear tires. I'll tell you, calling an 019 reaction time. And he shuts her off. He's still trying to figure out how to get it off the starting line. Got through at 11:20, 10:44 from Mark Adams. But I'll tell you, Colin G still working on that new ride to figure out how he's going to get it out of the starting line. Well, if you see a lady trying to sell you tickets, that's right. We got 50-50 going here today. You still got time. If she's not out and about, take a look in the souvenir shop. She's covering a couple things here today. As well, if anybody wants the new swag, you want to go to the souvenir shop today, because after this weekend, selection might be a little tight. So we got to thank our friends, Impression and Thread. That's right, the LaShawn family for doing that for us. And Sean is running here today with the Slayer 2. There's the Misty Camaro. I love this car. Ryan Magnus out of Unity. Getting the time slip at Barbara Stetner. She's out of Regina. Well, Ryan Magnus will reach the top end first, 11:39. Barbara Stetner, good reaction time, Barbara, 022. You got through to 12:53, 109 miles an hour. Well, he's warming up one more time. Let's see what Russ Flaman's going to do on this run. He did reach his goal a couple races ago, but he's still trying. And his previous run, boy, oh boy, he got out of the groove. And a very smart racer said this ain't the run. Next pass. Oh boy, once again, Russ was going for it, you could tell. But just after the 60-foot, he got out of the groove. You see the tire chatter from the tower. Wasn't going to work, but I'll tell you what, still got through it at 8:06, 143 miles an hour, but he had to shut her down. Just a little word for him. A couple races ago, he did reach his personal best. He broke the 7-second mark. He broke 200 miles per hour. And that is what he's trying to do here today and tomorrow. First call for Junior Street. First call for Junior Street co-pilot class. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, out of Landis, the 78 Camaro gets you the top end, 1170, 117 miles an hour. Landis, that's, hey, the Wilkie Unity area. Well, SIR truly Saskatchewan International Raceway, you see it. All our races come from all parts of our province. We couldn't do it without you. And we definitely got to mention our friends out of Alberta and Manitoba. We've had a few guys come up earlier this year hearing what our track's all about. And very happy to hear they did get their personal best. So we do hope everyone gets their personal best out here at the track. And I'll tell you, this Cadillac, it's your daddy's Cadillac. You just got to chip it, right? Kelly Neufeld, watch this Cadillac going down the track. Going up against the 2012 Mustang, Don Giesbrecht. So 2012 and 2012. And Kelly Neufeld, yeah, out the gates, a 3:01 reaction time, got through to 10:61 with the Cadillac. And Don Giesbrecht gets through, 16:58. Well, watching that flag on the starting line, not a flutter. Conditions perfect there today, no wind. All right, Racers Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Please check the information and make sure we know what the correct information is. That's right, we need to know. So Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, Dawson Sayes. Oh, that beautiful Camaro out of Prince Albert, his new ride out the gates. How about that? 8:39, 171 miles an hour. Tim Bullich out of Melford, 1179, 114 miles an hour. All right, the co-pilot class, we're still waiting for a couple more vehicles. Junior Street, we need you in 3 and 4. Once again, I mentioned Super Pro ladders have been posted on the tech booth. All right, Brad Procopue out of New Lodge with the new ride. He's licensing it. And when's the last time you heard of a Beretta? That was like 20, 30 years ago, right? All right, looks like we're going to back him up, restart it again. No use going down the track if you don't know what you're going to do there. Dawson, I love the new vehicle, man. That Camaro, she's quick. All right, just conversing, see what's going on. As soon as we're ready to go, we'll make a licensing pass. Well, we got to thank you guys out there, the fans. We got a few people out and about there. Thank you so much for coming out, supporting Saskatchewan International Raceway. We're going to do it again tomorrow, and it is the big race. That's right. It is the Flamin' Sales feature race, as well with Q-Line Trucking and Glow Printers. But thank you guys so much. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. Lots of feature cars coming. Well, we got to thank Brad Procopue as well as Lindahl Concrete Supply. We got a few concrete pads poured here on the off week a couple weeks ago. Without their efforts, we wouldn't have got that done. And that keeps a lot of gravel and stuff off the track. It looks like we're backing them out. Something not right. Well, we're just about there. Once again, riders, there's only 2 hits for today due to what was happening earlier, due to car count as well. So 2 hit day today. We're just about middle of the time trial. And yes, some of the racers are taking a look once again. Pro and Super Pro ladders that have been posted. Make sure when you get called up, make sure you find your partner and ready to go. All right, Brad Procopue out of New Lodge, Saskatchewan. Oh, good run. He's keeping her straight down the track. How about a 747, 184 miles an hour? Good run for Brad. Definitely kept it in the groove. All right, final call for Junior Street. That's right, the Cobalt class. Final call for Junior Street. All right, Ben Weeks, first year running the D150. He's doing a pretty good job. Ben Weeks getting the time slip of the Madden Majestic Flamin out of Regina. Reaction time goes to Madden 055 to 115. And the Majestic Flamin with the Pontiac GTA gets through at 1161, 1430 for our friend with the Dodge Strut. All right, Chad Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora with the convertible Mustang. On the starting line first, going up against Sarah Stinson. Tembagapura, Indonesia. That's right. Making her debut here this year. No, Corey and Sarah are living there right now. They plan to come back to Saskatchewan in a few years. Chad got the reaction time of 128, 252, but it is Sarah Stinson, 1446 through the quarter mile. Final call, Junior Street co-pilot class, final call. And yes, some of the racers' Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All right, Owen DeJarley out of Regina on the line first. Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman, and Deck Brothers Performance. Getting the time slip at Sean Arnstad out of Macklin with the Hyundai Kona. Well, red eye for Sean, 148 reaction time for Owen. And mid-track, the Vega pulling away. Owen DeJarley through to 12:27, 13:40, the number for Sean. Well, we got Mustang with Mustang. You see the white mist coming out of the hood. Chase Strand out of Bullier, Saskatchewan. Purging the nitrous system. Getting the time slip out of Cupar, Saskatchewan, Stephen Roska. 86 Mustang, 2001 Mustang. And unfortunately, a hiccup for Stephen on the starting line. So Chase Strand will go down the track. And 11:45 is his number, 117 miles an hour. We're just going to take a look at Steve's car. Well, it looks like Steven's not going to make this pass here. We're going to pull him out. All right, just working on the VP starting line here. We'll get down going again. Conclude this second round of time trials. Once again, racers, only 2 time trials here today. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. You guys know what to do. Take a look. Make sure the info is correct. If not, let us know. We'll fix it. First call for Street Legal. First call for Street Legal. And Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster. First call. All right, Jay Steele down the track, a 1379 single pass. Unfortunately, Phil Russo out of Prince Albert having some issues, lots of gravel, so we're going to have to do a little bit of a cleanup. Okay, so they're going to do a little bit of a cleanup on the Tiger Automotive starting line. We'll get underway as soon as we can to conclude this second round of time trials here. But once again, folks, get up, move around, stretch those legs, take a look in the pits. If the guys aren't going too crazy over the car, they love to talk about their rides. So get into the pits, take a look around. Lots for everybody. And yes, we've got something for everyone. Semis are coming tomorrow to race. It's incredible what we got for a lineup this year for our feature. You know, talking about the pits and everything, but I'll tell you, even in the parking lot, we got a nice yellow convertible Camaro, a Mustang. I think it's a GTO. Or is that a Le Mans? Pontiac convertible with the top down. I'll tell you, there's cars everywhere. So take a look around. Grab something to eat. That's right, Hector's Grubhub. They've got ice cream. Bring it out, right? Let's have some ice cream. But take a look around in the pits, talk to the racers. They like to talk about their rides. Well, we're talking about the concession. Right next to it, we do have our souvenir shop. And yes, Impressions in Thread. We got to thank the Lachamp family. That's right. Nice merchandise once again. Talking to Brenda, you may want to go there today if you want selection. Tomorrow, she's going to be a gong show. All right, we got the truck fired up. Moving out of the way. All right, so we're called Street Legal and Junior Dragster to the stage and lanes. Street Legal, Junior Dragsters to the stage and lanes. Well, how's everyone doing at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? You guys doing okay? Raise your arms. Yeah. It's nice. The weather's kind of back into that beer drinking mode again, right? Boy, oh boy, we've got our fingers crossed, knocking on wood. But I think we're going to have a good weekend racing here. But it's been a challenge the whole year here. Not just with our track, all the tracks here in Western Canada. Well, I was talking to Ryan. That's right, Ryan Flaman, Flaman Sales, Flaman Rentals. We had a chance to chat and said, what do you guys want us to tell everyone out there that people don't know? Okay, they're on 71st and Highway 16. And I'll tell you, if you need a trailer, they've got lots of different trailers. You can see a few on display here. But all you got to do is ask for which ones. They got dump trucks. They got dump trailers. You just got to rent them. So Flaman Trailers, Flaman Rentals, that's right. They sell a lot of agriculture product. But I was talking to Ryan, and he said this year, the fire suppressant systems, they just kind of started getting into it, and they really took off. Well, I guess it's got nothing to do with the fires in the north, right? No, it does. And actually, it was one of those things that Ryan, when he said he built these things, started out with a few. He didn't know how well it was going to get received. Well, he's sold out, and he's back-ordered at the moment. But I'll tell you, that's probably a good idea. But I'll tell you, what an awesome idea, fire suppressant. I mean, if you're living in a small town, out in the boonies, you got a farm. And I'll tell you, waiting for people, sometimes you got your own fire suppressant system. It can change a lot of things, right? I know Denair Beach, oh boy, up north, a lot of guys got hit. And unfortunately, just the way the winds changed, a lot of things went. So once again, I got to thank Flaman. They do have a solution for you. So talk to Ryan. But I'll tell you, Flaman Trailers, Flaman Rentals, you got to thank these guys. They are back sponsoring our Southwind Showdown this weekend. All right, our next pair on the starting line, out of Regina, Chris Langdon with the 74 Duster. Getting the time slip with the Reed Automotive 78 Nova. That's Darren Shimko out of Saskatoon. Well, Chris Langdon through 11:68, 12:29 the time for Darren Simcoe. All right, our next pair, Chantel Hendry on the line first. OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, her sponsor, 70 Duster. And Chantel, number one right now. Chris Langdon was number two earlier. So it'll be interesting to see what happens after today. Points race number 8. So Chantel Hendry getting the time slip with the 82 El Camino. Randy Stowe out of Medicine Hat. Well, reaction time in 09.4 goes to Chantel Hendry at 169 for Randy Stokes. Side by side. Yellow Duster pulling away. Chantel got, no, Randy Stokes pulled in. 12.59 on a 12.71 for Chantel Hendry. All right, our next pair, Mopar with Mopar, Eric Humphrey out of Saskatoon. Congratulations, Eric and Sydney, on their house purchase. Getting the time slip right now, Mike, D200 truck he's driving. Gonna get the time slip with another Mopar, Evan Stephenson, the Super Coupe out of Saskatoon. Well, Red Eyes, Eric Humphrey got through at a 12.82, 12.14 for Evan Stephenson. Well, you guys might be looking at the starting line. What the heck are those other racers doing on there? They're checking out the heat. They're checking out the starting line. That's right, Mike Gonziola and the team with the Pro Mod Corvette. And I'll tell you what, I think this is what he's looking for. 648, 222 miles an hour. That was the new track record broken at the 50th anniversary. Wade Sjostrom out of Edmonton, Alberta. All right, the 55 Chevy. Michael Schaap out of Sturgeon, Alberta. Take a look in the pits. He's got something going on. Something about signing the car. I don't know. They just kind of mentioned something to me up here in the tower, so I think you guys should go talk to him in the pits. I love the double nickel Chevy. 385 reaction time. Our friend out of Sturgeon, Alberta. 1278, 108 miles an hour. All right, final call, Junior Street, Junior Dragster, and Street Legal. Final call. And Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. As well, the points have been posted on the tech board as well. All right, we've got family fighting coming up here, don't we? Nope, wrong Dodge, I think. All right, Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell going up against Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. That's right, it's family racing. We got the grandkids racing with Linda Sabiston and Kurt Jackson. These guys used to race out at SIR. Grandma and Grandpa now bringing out their kids. 9.89 for Nikita, 10.33 for Kaiden. Well, Marley Breeze on the line first out of Prince Albert. Sponsored by Aurora Chiropractic. She's getting the time slip for the 8th mile with Sullivan Grupp out of Dundurn, the square box Chevy. Well, top of the 8th, this round goes to Marty Breeze, a 9.16 to a 9.18. Sully, 191 reaction time, 189 for Marley Breeze. So reaction time's a bit of a factor on that last run. And our next pair out of Craven, driving the GMC Sierra, that is Jensen Adams. Getting the time slip with Maya Jacques out of Regina, Pro Reefer Mobile, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers, their sponsors. All right, top of the 8th mile, Jensen Adams got their first 9:58 to 11:54. And yes, we got some clapping going on. Future drag racers in the making. And it looks like one more single pass to conclude our junior street. We call it the co-pilot class. You've got to have someone who has a vehicle, right? You got to be 13 years and older. Yes, there's a pile of paperwork, but you know what? A 13-year-old going down the drag strip at SIR? That's bragging rights when you're 13 years old, right? All right, Cameron Arnstad taking the single pass with the Kona Hyundai. 8th mile through 971, 80 miles an hour. All right, just waiting for our junior street legal drivers to make their way back down, grab their timing slips. Once they're off the top end, we can conclude our second time trial here. Well, I wonder if there's a side bet going on this one. We got the Battle of Stinsons. Sarah Stinson whipped the black Challenger. Jasmine Stinson whipped the green Wrangler Jeep. Well, looks like Sarah's going to get to the top of the quarter mile first. She does a 14:85. 16:21 for Jasmine Stinson. All right, Mopar Truck with Mopar Truck in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. And Evan Stephenson right now, number 1. Sarah was in 5th spot. Got Dave Leverton out of Martinsville with the Coral Rock Construction Truck. He got the reaction time this round, 0:05.088 for Ben Weeks with his Dodge truck. But it looks like Dave Leverton will reach the top end first. He does a 13:97 to a 14:31. All right, Chad Novak got a Kenora on the line first with the 2000 convertible Mustang getting the time slip with Fruit Loops. That's right, Walter Fruit Loop for Nets. New York is big, but he's from bigger Saskatchewan. Well, Chad Novak got the extra time in 01.02 to a 1:02, but it is Walter Frenetz with the Corvette pulling away mid-track. And Frenetz will stop the clocks at a 10:70, 14:81 the time for Chad Novak. Our next pair, Battle of the Ladies. Well, they're still getting time slips, Mike. Next round's elimination. Sherry Gordon out of Grandora, 2005 Magnum. Getting the time slip with Carrie Reap out of Saskatoon, 2014 Mustang. Well, Sherry Gordon got the action time in 0.76. Carrie on 0.93. And it was mid-track. Looks like the Magnum pulling away. Looks like Sherry Gordon will cross the line first. 14:81 her time. 14:96 for Carrie Reap. Well, I like this matchup. A 2015 Corvette out of Regina, Rick Laliberty getting the time slip with Braden the Snake Bentley out of Warman. Yes, he used to run a junior dragster for a number of years. Part of the Mullet Mafia. That's right, the Postman racing team here. Well, red light for Braden and 4.42 reaction time for Rick Laliberty. And mid-track, Corvette pulling away 11.66. 14.85 the time for Braden Bentley. Well, we got 2 wheels versus 4 on this round. Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. Hendry's Motorsports. Like to thank Glenn and Anita, his mom and dad. Running the GSXR. That's right, Suzuki. Matt Hendry going up against the 4-wheeler, Gordon Laliberty out of, well, it doesn't say where he's from. He's from Saskatchewan. Anyways, 2014 Mustang. Might be under that witness protection program, right? Matt Hendry, well, 0.23 reaction time with the bike, 11.29. 1.54 for our friend with the Mustang. Reaction time gets through to 12.06. All right, Ryan Magnus getting his door closed on that 68 Camaro. That is a nice car. Love it. He's got that misty blue Camaro as well. Ryan Magnus up with Sean Isaac. And Sean, well, he's running a couple different cars here. The 2009 Viper. And I like Vipers. 11.75 through the quarter mile, 126 miles an hour. Ryan Magnus with the red eye got through to 15.04, 90 miles an hour. All right, our next pair. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? I did now. That's right, Evan Stephenson right now. In Street Legal, he's in number 1 spot with that Super Aspen Coupe. Going on with Nat Gross out of Southie with that 2021 Ram. Well, red light, good night. Unfortunately, Nate Gross, well, it's just a time trial. Eliminations, red eye would have eliminated him. Truck still making his way down. Evan Stephenson through the top bend first, the 12:06. Truck's time, a 15:12. Well, Dad's turn to have some fun. Shane Gropp out of Dundurn. Hey, Shane. Loves the SIR staff. Says hi to me up on my card here. I appreciate that. Fixed Income Garage. And through the top bend, truck gets through. Shane Groff's time, 13:58, 101 mile an hour. Well, looks like we got some movement here. The Hesh family, Kathy and Doug Hesh, moving their vehicle. Getting ready. One of the feature vehicles making a test pass a little bit later after we get the track back in tune. All right, just doing a few things on the computer system here. We'll get underway shortly, and we will conclude our second time trial. Once again, racers, 2 time trials only. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. All the remaining ladders will be posted after. Once again, you guys know if the information is wrong, let us know as soon as we can. We'll get her fixed up. But once again, Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. The rest will follow after we conclude with our last few cars down the track. All right, just figuring what we're doing here. I think we're going to be running the Pro Mod first. That's right. One of the feature cars, he's going to be doing a test pass here. Doug and Kathy Hesh. And I'll tell you, 2024, they were here earlier. They ran in the 6s, no power adders. That's right. Naturally aspirated. That means it's just natural. They ain't no blowers, turbos, whatever. They went over 200 miles per hour, 203 miles per hour at SIR 2 different times. Definitely like to thank their tuner, Mike Gonziola. And Kathy and Doug Hesh very happy with that pass last year. So it looks like it will be the Pro Mod running. All right, Doug Hesh fired up. 1997 Cavalier. Sorry, 2004 Cavalier. There we go. All right, Doug Hesh warming up those rear tires out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Getting some helper with Mike Gonziola's crew. Doug and Kathy Hesh have raced here at SIR a lot of different vehicles. This is their fastest. They got it into the 6-second range last year. They went over 200 miles on one pass, 203, and they are ecstatic. No blower, no turbo. Naturally aspirated, which means carburation. And that is bragging rights for 200 miles per hour. Right now you're looking at the back end. These guys are readjusting the wheelie bars. There's a lot of science and engineering going behind this thing. These cars just don't go fast by themselves. Lots of tuning. So let's see what the first pass of the day for Captain Doug Hesh out of Regina, Saskatchewan. Well, looks like he was breaking traction at the starting line, but I'll tell you what, 735, 203 miles an hour. I would say for the first pass of the day for these guys, they got to be happy. They're in the 7-second mark, 203 miles an hour. And we're still looking at that starting line. That flag is barely fluttering. We got pretty good conditions here today. I mentioned that. Some of the guys running parachutes, you'd be amazed. You got a crosswind, how quick it'll turn your car around. Well, with that in mind, they are running Pro Mod, and the record was set back at the 50th anniversary. That's right, back in 2016. Wade Schustrom got the ET and the mile per hour. And I'll tell you, that was a sight to watch because you seen Wade making his way back on the return road, and the Vogt brothers are up next. They were the previous record holders in Pro Mod. They beat their old record, but Wade Schustrom beat it. So Wade Schustrom, going to be interesting to see what's happening this weekend. I do believe we're going to see some records being changed here this weekend. Pro Mod for sure. I think Top Alcohol could happen as well. All right. And we're going to conclude with our junior dragster class, the time trial. We got one more licensing after that. Kirsten Bell out of Medicine Hat. That's right, Bell Racing Junior Dragster. On the line with Ella Jennings out of Redcliffe, Alberta. And good to see some more junior dragsters out there this weekend. Well, Kirsten Bell, unfortunately, left a little too quick. Kirsten gets the red eye. Ella Jennings, a 193 reaction time through the 8th mile. 9:30, 8:99 with Kirsten Bell with the red eye. All right, our next pair, it is Thomas Jacek Flamin out of Regina. They call him Turbo Thomas. Getting the time slip with Lucas Guyman. That's right, out of Viscero, Saskatchewan. Dad helping out. All right, both juniors out the gates. Thomas Jacek Flamin got your X time in 013 to an 041. But Lucas Guyman crosses the 8th mile first to 8:24, 77 miles an hour. Thomas Jacek Flamin's time at 12:03 to 53 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, we got the Battle of Ladies. Well, Mike, we're not battling yet. We're having time trials, right? But you know they're still racing, even getting the time trial slip. Leah Jacek Flamin out of Regina. She calls herself Lightning Leah. Getting the time slip with Victoria Desjardins out of Regina. She calls her junior dragster Zoe. So Victoria, sponsored by Dinah Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and of course, Grandpa. He's on the starting line. Well, red eye for Victoria. Leah, I tell you, 021 reaction time, girl. You're doing good. 11:77 through the 8th mile. 13:93 for Victoria with the red eye. All right, so that concludes our second time trial here. Rest of the ladders will be posted here in a bit. We still got one more licensing pass. All right, you guys know what to do. This is the future of drag racing with some of our junior dragster riders. Put your hands together, these young gentlemen and ladies. And I'll tell you, a lot more ladies racing now. There we go. Good job, Lucas. And I'll tell you, what a great family memory, right? We're drag racing with your dad at the drag strip. I like that. Good job, Lucas. All right, and I believe these are the ladies coming from Alberta. What was it, Kristen Bell and Ella? Oh, I'm pretty bad with my memory, but sometimes, you know. I think Ella's from Redcliffe, Alberta. Put your hands together, right? These young ladies and gentlemen, awesome job. Good job, racers, good job. All right, we're going to have a driver's meeting, racers and crews, in about 5 minutes. We still got to do one more licensing pass. Then we're going into the driver's meeting. And the rest of the ladders will be posted in a few moments here. Pro and Super Pro have been posted once again. Make sure the information is correct. All right, we got the Jacek Flamin family making their way down the return road. You guys know what to do. Why you guys make me work so hard, right? That's right. Put your hands together. We got Turbo and Lightning making their way down the return road. Turbo Thomas and Lightning Leia. Well, these kids know their adjectives, don't they? Good job, guys. And last but not least, no, not at all, it's Zoe. Well, it's not Zoe. It's actually Victoria. Her dragster's called Zoe, Mike. Put your hands together. This young lady, boy, she's done a lot. Getting her license earlier this year. Petrified. I'll tell you what, I think she's starting to smile and have fun, and that is the number one rule about drag racing here at SIR. You gotta have fun with us. That's the number one rule. There we go. Put your hands together. Good job, young lady. All right, licensing pass here. Driver's meeting in about 4 minutes. The driver's meeting is going to be in about 4 minutes. Guys, you should be making your way there. Top end truck's going to make it back. It's going to be a quick and sweet driver's meeting. All right, for Mooseman, Jeff Fisk. Licensing pass on the 68 Camaro. I like this Camaro. Well, Jeff out the gates, half track, shuts her down. But yeah, he kind of got out the starting line, but he is done with his licensing pass. And drivers meeting in about 3 minutes, guys. That's going to be quick and sweet. Make sure you're on your way. Drivers meeting in 3 minutes. And please put your hands together. That's right, Doug and Kathy Hesh. Not a bad first pass. I didn't write her down, though, son of a gun. That's right. Put your hands together. Doug and Kathy Hesh from Regina. Awesome job, guys. What? Yeah, we got to take a picture of this. I tell you, it's Marley's birthday, but she got me a T-shirt. All right. All right, Daryl with the two-seated dragster. We need you to get your trailer ASAP. That's right away, my friend. Daryl with the twin-seated dragster. We need you at your trailer. A lot of the racers, crews, you guys know what's happening. Drivers meeting in a couple minutes here. We're going to do it quick and sweet. We want to get into elimination rounds here as quick as we can. We did have one feature car. That's right, Doug and Kathy Hesh making the track down the track, making sure everything's working good on their pro mod. We do expect some of the other feature cars making a pass. So once again, here we go. But drivers meeting in a couple minutes, guys. You should be on your way. Drivers meeting in a couple minutes. And the rest of the ladders will be posted. They are posted. There we go. So please check it. All the rest of the ladders have been posted. Make sure the information is correct. And Marley and family, thank you so much. I tell you, this cupcake's going to go right to my waist, isn't it? Well, I should just give it to Frank, maybe, because nothing goes on his waist. Frank can't hear me. All right, drivers, on your way, on your way. Let's go. Drivers meeting shortly. And that's my cue to be quiet. So drivers meeting, guys, you should be on your way. All right, Daryl with the twin-seated dragster. We need you at your trailer ASAP. Daryl with the twin-seated dragster. Did I say twin-seated? Boy, I'll tell you what, somebody's going to have some fun this weekend. I got the ride of my life a few years ago on that dragster down in Yorkton with the Cam Busters. And I'm still smiling. What a great, great experience. We're going to be selling rides tomorrow, and really what you're paying for the ride, it may sound expensive, but it really isn't if you really broke it down if you owned a car. So you definitely will get the feel for speed. So, Daryl, we need you at your trailer. That's right, the twin-seated dragster. We need you guys at your trailer. And that's right. All the ladders will be posted here. Please check, make sure. And driver's meeting right now. You guys should be en route. Driver's meeting right now. All right, racers and crews, you guys should be by the tech booth. That's right. Driver's meeting shortly, right now. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Driver's meeting right now. Good luck. Safe racing to all our racers today. Well, the pits were alive with the sound of nitro. That's right. That's the Joker's Wild Racing team. The Postman Racing team out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. Once again, originally from Saskatoon, they consider SIR their home track. The Postman Racing team, Kim and Andy Postman. All right, Pro, you guys should be figuring out what we're doing. Find your partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, Pro, let's find our partners and let's go. That's right, the run orders have been posted, all of them. And we did say, if anything's incorrect, please let us know. And I think it's okay, so we're going to keep going here. Just touching up the track. Pro, let's fill those staging lanes and let's go. All right, all SIR staff to their positions. All SIR staff to their positions. And you know what, Pro? Final call for Pro. Find your partner and let's go. Let's get this rodeo started. All right, we're fired up. Points race number 8, first round. We're starting with the Queen City Performance Pro Class out of Regina. Thank you, Queen City, for sponsoring it. And boy, we got the Battle of Chevys this round. And I do see 50-50s out there. No, we haven't drawn for it yet. That's right, we got Brenda. We got some ladies selling 50-50s. We have not sold them out yet. And all right, our first round of eliminations, we're going to discuss how drag race cars doing time trials. You got a 937, our friend with the Camaro in the Tiger Automotive lane. 1033 for the Malabeast in the VP Fuel lane. So you're going to see roughly a second difference at the starting line with the Christmas tree. And the idea is both cars are going to get to the top end. Now, unfortunately, our friend whiffed the Camaro red lit, so he's out. And how about the perfect light for David Giesbrecht? We're not going to announce that while we're racing, because some cars have radios, but he did win it. And a 1037 on a 1033, 000 light. Congratulations, Malabeast. All right, Brenda's got 50-50s. You see him. We're going to be drawing for that in a little while. Once again, remember, if it has not been claimed and you found tickets in your pocket, check out Facebook. We do post a ticket if we haven't got it claimed. But I'm happy to say everyone's claimed their money this year so far. But you don't have to be here for the 50-50. All right, our next pair, we got Mustang versus Chevelle. Chase Strand out of Bouillé, Saskatchewan. He's got the mist, that's right, nitrous bottle. And this one's over at the starting line. It is Red Eye. Chase Strand got a good reaction time of 014. 1150's the number. He doesn't need to beat it. 1154, he's got the right number. All right, good to see Kelly Kreutzer back with the S10. He was drag racing another vehicle the last race, but it's just not the same. I love this S10. Kelly Kreutzer, he's dialed in at a 910. He will wait, folks, as our friend Harlan Coquell out of Warman will leave after. 1060 to a 910. We got close to a second and a half here difference. Watch the Christmas tree. Both cars activated the pre-stage and stage bulbs. Sherry says we're pressing the switch. And it's a red eye for Harlan Coquell. Well, actually, it was a double red eye. Kelly Kreutzer will take the win. All right, I tease Sean Isaac, but I'll tell you what, I love this Pontiac Firebird out of Southeast Saskatchewan. Going up against Perry Bell out of Medicine Hat. And I'll tell you, you keep your eyes on the Medicine Hat racers. Perry Bell right on the number. 10:06 with an 0:14 reaction time. I'll tell you what, our Alberta friends are here to make money. All right, our next pair, we got Ford versus Chevy. Luke Fontaine, yes, he hasn't named the car yet. If you have a name for his car, stop by the pits, give him a name, right? Luke Fontaine down in 960, we'll have to wait. Pete Dorseyko out of Regina dialed in at a 10:02. Luke Fontaine, spot by Athabasca Catering, Preferred Collision Glass, Cell Countertops, Shield Coatings, YXC Auto Parts, and Lady Luck Automotive. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is a breakout. Luke Fontaine ran too quick. And Pete Dorseyko ran too quick. So what happens? The least of the breakout advances into the next round of eliminations. All right, our next pair, it's Rob Phillips out of Lloydminster, Alberta, 63 Acadian, 979 dialed in. He will wait as Anita Hendry, 1064, will get the head start. So just about a second difference. All right, we got Tyson Daranoski with the S10 going up against Lindsey Scribner. He makes his home out of St. Albert, Alberta. That's right, Scribner Racing. Lindsey and his dad racing here this weekend. Well, red light, good night for Tyson. Actually, it's a double red eye, but Tyson left first. All right, Camden Fiesel with the win at 10:20. Sorry, Mike Kilbride with the win, 11:11. 10:37, double breakouts. So these guys may want to slash that number in between rounds. That's right, they got to beat their competitor. They can't run faster than their elapsed time. All right, we got good fans here. I love these guys from Southie. You guys stay up here, okay? right, clean start at the line, and it is Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's breakout. No, 1069. All right, we got fans here, eh? All right, Mopar with Mopar. We're going to say that a lot over the weekend here. Perry Fletcher out of White City. Floyd Chappell, the old school, out of Grandora. And it's a clean start at the line. And double breakout it is. Perry Fletcher moving to the next round. I like this matchup. Doug Zeller out of Medicine Hat. Watch this Nova, 925. He's going to have to wait. Lorena Martin Marchuk dialed in a 1015 on the ABS Competition Bennett Auto Repair Mustang. They will leave afterwards, or first, sorry, 1015 to a 925. So just under a second head start for the Mustang. And it's a clean start at the line, top end. All right, some more friends out of Medicine Hat. That is Darcy Fry on the line. His 56 dialed in at a 1087. He'll wait as Steve Beck out of Dunmore. That beautiful Maverick. I like that car. 1120 dialed in. Will get the head start. So once again, both cars run different times down the track. The idea is to stagnate the start with both cars ending up at the finish line, but this one's over at the starting line. Steve Beck with the red eye. All right, Kevin Wilms with the unique 1930 Roadster, 1050 dialed in. So Kevin's going to get a head start. Our friend out of Regina, Ryan Appleby, second generation Appleby Racing. 970 dialed in, the Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition Charger. Well, at the top end. Double breakout. Ryan Appleby with the win. All right, our next pair from Southern Saskatchewan. D100, that's Andrew L. out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan, 965. He will wait as Dale Weist out of Regina, 1036 on the old 442 W30. That's Cutlass all the way. First call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. Well, red eye, goodbye. Dale Weist, unfortunately, out the gates a little too quick. Andrew L., good reaction time, 029. Andrew L. takes the win, but he broke out a 959 or a 965. A lot of cars are breaking out, but that shows the conditions apply to both vehicles. It's who knows what races in these conditions, what your car's going to do down the track. All right, we got Papa Penner. That's right, Grandpa. Harold Penner, KM Auto, H. Penner Trucking. That's right, Harold Penner, 1010 dialed in. We'll have to wait a bit as Jake Fiesel in Regina, 1026 on his Advanced Electrical Stand Pro Lighting Electrotech Camaro. And it's a clean start at the line. All right, it is Jake Fiesel with the win. All right, well, memories come here. Auto Trends. Our friend Gary Waldner passed away just a couple of days ago, about a couple weeks ago here. The celebration of his life will be at Prairieland Park at Hall B on Wednesday at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But back on the starting line, it is Red Eye for Floyd Scribner. Double Red Eyes. Caster will take the win. All right, our next pair, Heather Bennett. Happy birthday, Heather. She's out of White City, 92 Mustang, 1100 dialed in. She will get the head start as Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. That's Glenn Henry. 1042 will have to wait. All right, well, either his competitor broke or maybe he got the good qualifying time here. That's right. Earlier today, Johnson Atten with a single pass. So this is called the bonus pass. He's going to make sure that 1050 takes him into the next round. And ho-ho, is he on his way? An 0019 light, almost a perfect light. 1050's the number. Ho-ho, 1048. Johnson Atten, you may want to shave that number. All right, our next pair, both from southern Saskatchewan. Brian Hicks on the line first with the Chevelle. 1105, he'll get the head start. As Lawrence and Sharon Campbell out of Moose Jaw. Good to see you guys up here. 1060 dialed in on the Mustang. All right, they're down the track, and the win goes to Brian Hicks, 11:17, 11:05. I'll tell you, Lawrence Campbell, you're right on the number. No, by a second, 11:60 on a 1060. All right, our next pair, second generation Samaleski Racing, Austin from Quebec Diesel Medics Limited, Bickner Trucking, and Mom and Dad. There's Dad on the sideline watching Austin make his way down the track. 1070 dialed in. He will wait as Kimmy G, that's right, Kimmy Gallagher, Outcast Racing, 1107. And I love it. She's got Gary Waldner written down. That's right, Superior Diesel, RWH, and ABS competition. All right, we got Brenda still selling 50-50s. If anyone needs a 50-50 ticket, come and talk to Brenda. She's got the big white tub. And the win goes to Austin Samoleski. All right, out of Regina, Dave Kerr. 12:26 will get the head start. The car's for sale. The Mullet Mafia, 82 Trans Am. Mason, the Mongoose Postman. Sponsored by Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. Oh, she's over at the line. Red light, good night. So Dave Kerr, 12:26. Let's take a look. 12:26 on the number. Dave Kerr, you're ready for the next round. All right, the white barrel lane, of course, that's son Nolan Penner out of Martinsville, 1040 dialed in. He will get the head start as Braden Haru, 943 on the Cutlass 442. We'll have to wait. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. I'd like to thank Scott and Glenn Yaremko, and he'd like to thank Mom and Dad. All right, clean start at the line, top end. Wow, it is Braden Haru with the win. He's going into the weekend number 1. All right, our next pair, Brandon Bennett up with Mike Alexander, both out of southern Saskatchewan. Bennett out of White City, 908 dialed in on the Mustang. He will wait as Mike Alexander out of Regina gets the head start at 10:06. Watch the starting line. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. And it is Braden Bennett with the win as he runs his number, a 908 with a Nate breakout for Mike Alexander. All right, sponsored by Lindell Concrete Supply. That is the Bad Influence Challenger of Ryan Doherty, 1009 dialed in. He will wait briefly. Stephen Funk at 1020 gets a bit of a head start. We're talking about 1/10 of a second difference. Watch the Christmas tree. And it is over. Oh boy, Stephen Funk in 006 red eye. So Doherty's on his game in 034, 1009. Oh, 1001. Ryan may want to shave that number. And our next pair, Ken Daly, having a good year so far, in 4th spot right now. After today, let's see what happens. He's got the 71 Dart, 1011 dialed in. He will leave a little sooner as Paul Funk out of Glasson with the 95 Camaro, 1100 dialed in. Oh, sorry, 1100. He gets the head start, 1011 for Ken Daly. Jesus, it's been a long day in the office, and it hasn't been a long day yet. Might need a tequila, I don't know. I'm kidding. And top end of the quarter mile, it is Ken Daly in the next round. Right on the number, a 1011 on a 1011. Last call for Super Pro. Last call for Super Pro. First call for testers. 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right. Well, Mark Bennett usually running Mopar this weekend, running the 87 Mustang, 1187 dialed in. Bennett's Auto Repair. And he'll have to wait a little bit as Frank Mahozoff, 1192 dialed in out of Yorkton. Sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire. And top end, the win goes to Mark Bennett. Double breakout. So both cars ran faster than the elapsed times. The car that broke out the least takes the win. Testers 1 and 2. Second call for testers 1 and 2. All right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 84 Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, his sponsors, 879. It's going to have to wait a bit. Brian Taylor, 900 out of Melfort. Third call for testers, 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. Well, it's over for Brian Taylor. Red Eye, 021 reacts time for Kim Bernard. Kim Bernard's last year's winner, runs the number. He's a guy to watch out for. Kim Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. All right, Brent Stevens finished warming up the rear tires of that dirt swinger out of Melfort, 865. We're looking at about a half-second difference here as Richard Jones Skopic out of Saskatoon, 804 dialed in on that rear engine dragster, Provincial Vodka, and Sewer and Poland Mechanical, their sponsors. Leo McDonald, we need staging. Leo McDonald, we need you in staging. Well, going into this weekend here, OK Tire number 1. Richie Harder with the dragster. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, of course, RWH Motorsports, his sponsors. 772, he will have to wait. We've got just under a 3-second head start for Jack Neufeld out of Canada Lake with the Dart. Accent Homes and Accutech Tools out of Hague, his sponsors. Top end, Harder gets through a 787 on 772. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, we got Barney on the line first out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Jason Howdle. Like to thank his wife, his kids, his grandson, his mom and sister up from Arizona. Like to thank the SIR staff and the Lord above as well. We'd like to thank him as well, Jason. Jason dialed in at 10:21. We'll get the head start. Ed Desarle out of Pilot Butte, 9:48 on that Malibu. Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers as sponsors. And top end, it's Jason Howdle. Jason's only on 6th spot here. He's having a good year. Well, Fred Schwab right now in 2nd spot. And Jack Appleby in 5th. We're definitely going to change the standings here with this run. Appleby with the Dart, 9:19. We'll have to wait, 10:49, the head start for Fred Schwab. RWH Motorsports, his sponsor. And AMC, well, technically it is Mopar now, right? Final call for testers 1 and 2. Final call for testers 1 and 2. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon. This guy helps us out quite a bit at SIR. Volunteer for our Street Legal Nights on Fridays. He's dialed in at 9:30, sponsored by PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. He will have a bit of a head start. 9:24 for Arlene Harder with the CUDA. Well, double breakout, the win goes to Arlene Harder. Well, Scotty Uremko right now in 3rd spot. He can move up the rankings depending what he does here up against his challenger. Scotty Uremko at 808 dialed in. Link Rentals, ABS Competition, BBJ 5-star, Studio 1, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. He will have to wait. Chris Gergester will get the head start. Chris and Catherine, 65 Belvedere, dialed in at a 964. All right, we got a GMC truck with a bike against it. We need you to move it. We're parking some vehicles here. We need you to move your vehicle. It's a burgundy. Well, looks like we got it moved. All right, RJ Fife out of Regina, 1927 Roadster 860. RJ's going to get the head start as Rick Brown out of Indian Head, 762 on that 2003 vet. Rick and Cheryl out of Indian Head like to thank Sarah Brown for their help today. Sarah's granddaughter. Sponsored by the Stripe Shop and Agritactics Agronomy, but it is over. Rick Brown, you're on your game, my friend, in 003. 765 on a 762. I say, Mr. Brown, you're ready for the next round. Well, these guys are our supplier here for our clothing at SIR. Impressions and Thread out of Regina. Sean and Cheryl Lasham, they're out of Pilot Butte. Chevy 2, it's called the Slayer 2. And I'll tell you, a beautiful ride. Sean's had a lot of different rides over the years. This one's pretty nice. Dialed in a 934. How about a 931 for Taryn McBain? We've got 3/100ths of a second difference. Fans, watch the Christmas tree. What is 3/100ths of a second? Not much. And it is Taryn McBain with the win. All right, we see some of the featured vehicles making their way. We've got some guys testing here in a little bit. Added icing on the cake here, right? Oh, I like this. We got Dragster with Dragster. Travis McBain, Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, 775 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Taylor Fiesel, 799 on his Dragster. Out of Regina, sponsored by Boat Auto and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. And it's a clean start at the line. And it's Taylor Fiesel with the win. 8:01 at 799. Came down to reaction times an 018 to an 028. 1/100th of a second difference on that. Well, you heard of Yanko. We've got a Stettner. That's all right. A Barry Stettner, new car, 69 Camaro. Stettner running the BBJ 5-star. He'd like to thank Mark Bennett, ABS Competition, and Link Trailer Rentals. 787 on the Camaro. You see the white mist coming out of the hood? That's the bottle with the throttle, nitrous. That's right, when he's purging it, when he hits the button, it's all going to be horsepower. And I'll tell you, these guys are friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Wayne McKinnon out of Regina with the Neighbors Mechanical Cavalier. As well, sponsored by BJ 5-star, Link Trailers, Stripe Shop, and Surrey Valley Industries. 919 will get the head start. He's in the Tiger Automotive lane. Final call for testers, final call for testers. While Wayne McKinnon on his game in 005 broke out. 2/1000th of a second. But Wayne, all you got to do is shave that number. You're in the next round, the OK Tire Super Pro class. I like this matchup. Good to see Bobby Haru back. 71 Cutlass, Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Richie Harder. Like to thank Scott and Glenn and Richie and his son Braden. He's dialed in at 842. He's going to get the head start. Mike Armstrong out of Pelly, Saskatchewan. 818. You see the mist? That's right. Nitrous system being purged. And happy anniversary, Mike and Misty Armstrong. 1 year. Well, Mike Armstrong, 037 reaction time at 8:19 on an 8:18. Bobby Hiru broke out at 8:37 on an 8:42. Ran a little too quick. All right, first call for Sportsman. First call for Sportsman, 5 and 6. All right, Jamie Fiesel with the Bantam Altered. What that 8:47 right on the number. Mark Dick ran an 8:60 on an 8:61. All right, I got to say hi to Dean Rafus. I haven't seen him for a while. I think last year's race. Say he's out of Battleford. 63 Nova, 921 dialed in. He'll get the head start. As our friends out of Dauphin, Manitoba, Marty and Don Esbelt. Marty Speed Shop, Dauphin Towing, 815 dialed in. And that's a Yenko clone, but I'll tell you what, folks. Go look at that car, Dauphin, Manitoba. That is a beautiful car. Yenko clone, 72 Chevy Nova. All right, Leo Donald from Goose Bay with the dragster, an 880 dialed in. He'll have to wait. Kelly Morrison with the farm truck. He has 1970 El Camino. Yeah, folks, he's got a farm plate in the back of his truck. Back in the days, you had an app on the plate that indicated it was a farm truck. So Kelly Morrison, ton of drag race SIR history with this El Camino. And it is a clean start at the line. Well, Kelly Morrison will take the win in 9:43 and a 9:42. Look at Leo McDonald, an 880 on an 880. Came down to reaction times. All right, looks like Bob Fiesel in the next round at 881. I'll tell you, he's ready in 002 reaction time. He is ready to go. All right, Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you on stage and find your partner and let's go, Sportsman. All right, looks like we're just cleaning up the Tiger Automotive starting line. How's everyone doing out there? Okay, we're alive. I like that. Hey, we got some featured cars coming up here shortly. We're going to wake you up. No, it's not the jet cars yet. I think the jets will be tomorrow. All right, previous pass. That's right, Doug and Kathy Hesh. Unfortunately, they didn't write her down, but it was a good pass. Doing a few more adjustments. And they make her home out of Regina, Saskatchewan. And if you like this, we're going to do it again tomorrow. Yes, some of the feature cars making some test passes here today, making sure everything's running good. Whoa, Doug Hesh didn't even wait for the tree to come down. He wanted to get going. Unfortunately, you see what happened. He was out of the groove, and yes, you can see the tire chatter on the starting line. But he wanted to get the monkey off his back. And I'll tell you, he did a pretty good job keeping that car straight down the track. Unfortunately, he didn't trigger the timing system, but hey, he got down the track. All right, Don and Marty Esfeld, you guys just snuck under me there. No worries, but you know what? I heard the 50-50 is coming up right now, and I'm not even going to look at my tickets. So we got a moment here for $1,130.
Yep.
Boy, you can have a lot of good friends with that, couldn't you? At the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. I think we had the firefighters from Australia at the last race. All right, you guys ready? You got your tickets out? Remember, if no one claims that, we will post it on our website later. 246-4985. And you are the announcer's best friend for the rest of the afternoon. I'm your best friend all the time. Thank you, Brenda. We appreciate it. $1,130. Winning ticket, 246-4985. Come on up to the tower. All right, souvenir shop going to be closing about 4:30. Talking to Brenda. Yes, tomorrow's going to be a busy day. So you definitely want to grab your swag today if you need anything. But I'll tell you, it's been a few years. Well, I shouldn't say that. A few races. Mike Gonziola from Saskatoon down in the circuit with NHR Ray for a number of years. Look at the white mist coming out of this car. He's ready. That's right, Mike Gonziola, 2016 C7 Corvette. And Mike would definitely like to thank his crew. And once again, from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Where the heck is that? Well, I'll tell you. How about a 641? 170 miles an hour. And I'll tell you, 641, the track record's a 648. So I think we're going to have a track record. We already broke it. He just set 641 down the quarter mile. 648. Wade Schustrom posted that back at our 50th anniversary. We just broke a record here today. And we know they're coming back tomorrow, so we ain't changing no records just yet. But Mike Gonziola, congratulations. You just broke the quarter mile ET. So Mike Gonziola is going to have to run about 223 miles an hour to win the mile per hour, but he did get the ET. He ran a 641, previous record 648. And this is a Jerry Bickle car, and I'll tell you, beautiful to see Gord Spack back here racing again. He was racing here with SIR. He had a black split window 63 Corvette. Basically sold everything, got out of racing. Then we're chatting, and he goes, Mike, you ain't going to believe I bought another race car. and he couldn't say no. Jerry Bickle built this car, and it is the last Jerry Bickle 63 Corvette. He sold it to Ricky Smith, and I'll tell you, Gord's back. Spack is back, and I don't blame him. What a beautiful vehicle. Well, looks like Gord's back out the gates. He says, you know what, we're up the mark. Wisely backs it off. And he still crosses through it at 10:43 to 101 mile an hour. But wow, yes, he got out of the groove. And Gord, that is a new ride, just running it this year. Ton of learning, but I'll tell you, he's going to do it. Gord's back out of Saskatoon. All right, we got the Whitehead Racing Team out of Warman, Saskatchewan fired up and ready to go. Glenn Whitehead, sponsored by Q-Line Trucking, Randy's Diesel Repair, Outlaw Metal Fabricating, Laser Auto Body, and Torque Throttle 44. Torque and Throttle 44. I like that name. I don't know. That sounds kind of different. All right, there's the bug girl. That's right, backup girl. That is Angie Whitehead, Glenn's lovely wife. She's not wearing boots today. Maybe she's got the boots polished for tomorrow. There we go, for tomorrow. She's the backup girl, bug we call him. And I'll tell you, Glenn Whitehead, Don Whitehead down south, I'll tell you, good to see Don back. All right, Glenn Whitehead. Hey, he wisely backed off, back on the throttle. How about a 775, 190 miles an hour for his first pass? I'd say Glenny's back. All right. Are you ready for this? And this is only starting this weekend. Mike Gonziola. 641 new track record in Pro Mod. And he was just testing, folks. He's off on the mile per hour, but I know they're just testing right now. But unbelievable. Ran a 641, 170 miles per hour. First pass. Track record 9 years ago, 648, 222 miles an hour. I can't. That's right. Put your hands together. New track record. Congratulations, Mike Gonziola. You've got it. 641. You got the new elapsed time. All right, just taking a look at the track, making sure everything's good there as well. Hey, put your hands back together. We got Doug and Kathy Hesh. And Doug had to back off on that last run a little bit, but I'll tell you what, he's just testing, making sure everything's good. But the Hesh family out of Regina, Kathy, the crew chief, and they're ecstatic. They got into the 200, 203 mile per hour range last year. And remember, they're just testing today, folks. They haven't really ramped it up just yet. They're saving it for the show tomorrow. Good job. Well, hey, next round, Kathy, next round. Now, we definitely got to say, put your hands together. New racer. He's not new, though. He's raced here before. But when this car came up for sale, he said, I'm buying it. It's a Jerry Bickle 63 split window Corvette in the back, Ricky Smith's. And what a beautiful car. And I got to thank Gord. I got to see the car off season. I love that car. Well, you know what? No one has won the 50-50 just yet or claimed that. We're going to say that number one more time. I'm not checking my tickets for a while. The winning ticket is 246 4985 for $1,130. Come on up to the tower. You're the announcer's best friend for the next day. No, we do appreciate all the 50-50s here, folks, have been claimed. It's say you're working on your car and you come home and you found tickets in your pocket. Just check out the website on Facebook. We do post it if it has not been claimed. And I'm very happy to say all the 50-50s have been claimed here at SIR this year. So we never know about this one. But once again, all the 50-50s, we couldn't do any of the improvements without this happening. So Brenda, Goebel, and all the crew, thank you so much. Tomorrow's going to be a bigger jackpot, but still no winner. So the winning ticket for 50-50, $1,130, 246 4985. Come on up to the tower. Well, we got a few more racers I see out from the highway making their way in here, and I'll tell you, the pits look fantastic this weekend. Going into it, I thought, holy smokes, we got a lot of racers. Well, we got more coming, and I am looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a great day, a very busy day at the office, but I'll tell you what, I love these days. So, wow, can't wait. Well, just looking at the starting line, the flag is not even fluttering. We got no wind here. Saskatchewan with no wind? That doesn't sound right, does it? We'll take it, though. Anyways, just getting ready here. We'll get underway as soon as we can. All right, these guys have been drag racing for a number of decades. We definitely got to mention Grandpa Don. And Don, I'm coming down to give you a hug after this race. It's good to see you, my friend. Glenn, the driver. Maddie was running the top hill or the front end dragster for a number of years as well. But these guys started drag racing in Manitoba. Seen some earlier pictures of what he ran, and I'll tell you what, Don Whitehead, definitely a fixture here in Western Canada with drag racing. Whitehead family here at SIR, absolutely. Good to see you guys. We got the whole clan there. Look at all the family, right? And we definitely got to say congratulations, Tyra McIntosh, Federal Corrections graduating. Congratulations, young lady. Now you got to in at the prison. No, I don't do that stuff, guys. Come on. Okay, it looks like Mother Nature kind of threw us a curveball. Just kind of wondering why we're not running, but I guess we don't have Evan Roods and Johnson Motors out there, right? I better not joke about that. We did do that one year, and I'll tell you, I paid for that one. So we're just going to wait it out. You guys have been to SIR before. You know it. We're going to get it done. But we still haven't found who won that 50-50. So if you guys want to dig out your tickets, it is for $1,130. 246-4985. Come on up to the tower. You've got over $1,100. And I'm still not checking my ticket. I'm going to wait. It's like Christmas. Do you open your present first thing in the morning or do you wait the whole day? Well, I guess you don't wait the whole day. You open it first thing in the morning, right? We're going to wait for the 50-50 anyways. I'm going to see if somebody else won it. Oh, sorry. Are you deaf? Is that Penny? Well, you might as well just come up here. I got to meet her anyways. But okay, you want the number? Because it's long stairs, right? And you're old and I'm young. And I'll pick you up. Okay, Mike, shut the hell up. 246-4985. Uh-oh. Oh, well, now you're not going to come up and say hi to me? But I kind of wanted to meet Penny, but I'll see Penny tomorrow, hopefully. I'll run around. Yeah, today was just a gong show, and I definitely need to meet you, Penny. You put a smile on his face, and you look like you're smiling too. So, good. Right on. All right, just sitting it out, just waiting it out. We're going to get underway as soon as we can, but move around, take a look around. Lots of cars on display. That guy looks familiar. I hope you're coming up here, Mr. Dougie. Well, we still don't have the winning ticket yet for the 50-50. 246-4985. Come on up to the tower. We're not busy at the moment, you know. And I still haven't checked my tickets. I don't want to give anyone some false promises or anything, but you know. So once again, winning ticket number 246-4985. $1,130 here today. And boy, oh boy, she's going to be a big one again tomorrow. Thank you, Brenda Gobo. All right, the sound of nitro once again fired up. Joker's wild. All right, all staff to the positions. The word we're looking for, all staff to the positions. Just fixing up the tractor. Hopefully get back at it and wrap this thing up yet tonight. Yes, we got lights. I think we're going to be night racing here tonight. But once again, all staff to their positions. All racers, you guys should be by your cars. That's right, Tim. Let's get the wet off there. We got to see where we're going, right? All right, spraying the track, getting ready to go. Once again, all staff to the positions. Let's get ready here. Racers, by your cars. Pitter patter, let's get at her.
Three-hour window right now. Tangent pitch racers. I've only got about a 3-hour window for the ambulance. So I'm going to try to get my program done of cars today. I really hope I don't got too many testers. We really want to get the points race done, which is quite important, because I don't want to give a whole bunch of money back. But I got about a 3-hour window with my ambulance right now. Feature guys, if you guys want to make a run, come see me in the tower. But right now we're really going to try to push and get our points done today, so it's done. Tomorrow's not a points race, so we're going to try to get it done because I've only got a small window with the ambulance. So make sure you guys come as quick as the calls come in so we can keep going.
Braden Haru, we need you in the tower. Braden, we need you in the tower. Skippy needs to talk to you. He's in the tower. All right, old staff, that's right. We are going for it. That's right. We got to get this race in, guys. So once again, we're going to call you to staging. We are going to get at her. Pitter patter. All right, looks like we're just about ready to go here. Well, I really hate rain downs. I hate slowing down, but I'll tell you what, I had a great visit with Pat Reynolds. Braden Haru, we need you in the tower. All right, looks like it's going to be a licensing pass for our friends out of Mooseman. Jeff Fisk with the 68 Camaro. We're back at her. Braden Haru, can you hear me? We need you in the tower. All right, Jeff Fisk. Wow, good reaction time. A red eye 004. But I'll tell you what, the Camaro threw it to 964, 139 miles an hour. Yeah, we got white smoke again. We're going to be shut down briefly here. We're just going to set the top end guys, see what's going on. All right, the top end guys just taking a look to see what's happening with Jeff. Gotta see if we got to do a cleanup here. We'd like to get it going here. We got the ambulance only till a certain time here today. Like to put this race in the books. And quick note, that 50-50 has not been won just yet. I haven't checked my tickets. But if you got your tickets out, we can watch them one more time. Winning ticket number for over $1,100 is 246-4985. And you're my best friend for the rest of the night, right? And yes, we're going to do 50-50 again tomorrow. If no one claims that, we will put it on our website on Facebook. But right now, the 50-50 has not been claimed. Well, I just checked my 50-50 tickets, and yes, I did not win. There's a glimmer of hope out there. So once again, winner of over $1,100, 246-4985. Come on up to the tower. And if no one's claiming it, we will post it a little bit later on Facebook if no one claims her. Well, we're kind of in a holding pattern once again. Mother Nature kind of weeping at the top end. Just got to wait a little bit longer. All right, just going to wait it out here. Once again, lucky ticket for over $1,100, 246-4985. Come on up to the tower. And we're going to be back here shortly. All right, we need the pit vehicles away from the tech booth there. That's right, we need you guys to move your carts. That way we got a pathway through there. All right, we need the SDRA executive to the tower here. We're going to assess what we're doing here. We need the executive up to the tower, please. SDRA executive members, we do need you in the tower. We've got to make a decision here. SDRA executive members to the tower. Okay, final call, final call. The executive members, you guys should be up in the tower. We need to make a decision here fairly quick. Any more executive members, make your way up to the tower.
Okay, guys, tangent pits, guys. Listen up. I'm going to explain what we're doing. We are pulling the pin for today. With the rain still happening, we've only got the ambulance till 8:30. There's no way we're going to get anywhere going. So this is what the plan is for the rest of the weekend. Tomorrow morning, gates will open at 7. We start running at 9 like scheduled. We're going to try to give everyone their 2 hits, start our eliminations, and the feature show, we moved it back because we got weather coming in tomorrow night. The feature show is starting at 2 o'clock. And then we hope to run them again at 4:30 and hope to have them in the lanes for 7 before the rain done tomorrow night. This race right now that we're in right now, we are going to pick it up Sunday morning and finish it Sunday. So what we're going to do is Sunday morning, everyone is going to get 1 hit that is still in eliminations, and we'll continue finishing this race. For those of you that have already run in the Pro and Super Pro class today and you lost, you guys can go home Sunday morning because we are continuing off. We're not restarting this race. We're just continuing it from where it is. So once again, we are done for tonight. Gates open at 7. We start running at 9 tomorrow. Every attempt for everyone to get 2 runs. Then the features are going to be running at 2 o'clock, 4:30-ish, and 7 o'clock. And then Sunday, we are going to start with this event. Everyone will get 1 hit, and then we will go into the rest of the elimination. Tomorrow, like I said at the driver's meeting, testers, you're only going to probably get guaranteed 2 hits in the morning with, I'm not even going to say guaranteed. You're going to get the same amount of hits in the morning as what we qualify at, and that's it. There's going to be no guarantee for the afternoon. If we need you as a fill, we'll be calling testers, but otherwise we will not. We are going to be trying to get this event in and done.